Good afternoon, everyone. Saturday afternoon football here from Moora. It is the Central Midlands Coastal Football League Grand Final day. Great to have your company wherever you are around Australia or the world. My name's James Gardner. Great to have your company here on Filming Footy with thanks to Classic Clashes. And we kick things off with the Reserves Grand Final between Cervantes and Jurien Bay. It's sure to be a cracking day of football. Jurien Bay, they finished on top of the ladder, a game clear of Cervantes in second. These two clearly the best team throughout season 2025. It was Jurien Bay with 11 wins, 44 points, while Cervantes had 10 wins for 40 points. Third were Lancel and Ledge on 16, Dan Darrigan on 12, and Moora in last on 8. So these two have been battling it out all year, and now it comes down to this as we get set for this big clash in the reserves. And then following this will be Cervantes and Dan Darrigan in the league. A grand final rematch off the back of last year where Dan Darrigan took the chocolates at Lancel in what was another great day of football. Quite blustery conditions here at Moora. It was raining the whole trip up from Perth, but the rain has cleared and we now just have a little bit of patchy cloud. Breeze is swirling around throughout Moora at the moment. There's no real definitive end that it's favouring. If anything, it's probably favouring the right of screen. It's currently 14 degrees, feeling like 8 degrees at the moment, with wind gusts of 29 kilometres rather, and gusts of 55 kilometres coming from a southwesterly direction. So expect a pretty scrappy game of football and possibly some inaccurate kicking. It will take some very good skills by foot today in the reserves grand final between Cervantes and Jurien Bay. The players starting to take to their positions. The Tiger Sharks in their gold and black Guernseys, while Jurien Bay are in the white with the red shorts and the big red V with the white backing. This game scheduled to get underway at 12 o'clock. Will be away a little bit earlier. Of course, a big day of football right around the country at the moment. GWS and Hawthorn about to do battle in the elimination final over in Sydney. And then the mighty Gold Coast Suns take on the Fremantle Dockers from Optus Stadium tonight. The winner of that to play Brisbane next weekend at the Gabba. The winner of the Hawthorn and GWS game to travel to Adelaide next week and take on the Crows. Players starting to get into position. We're just about set and ready to go. For the reserves grand final, it'll be Smith in the ruck for Cervantes. And we're just about ready on this near side. The wingers, Geikus and Blake. One-on-ones right across the ground. Jurien kicking to the right of screen in this first term, with the windsock blowing directly across this ground. Umpire holds the ball off. The siren sounds. We're almost underway in the Central Midlands Coastal Grand Final for 2025. It was Smith who slapped it down, couldn't get a definitive clearance. It'll be a free kick going the way of the Tiger Sharks, though. Just forward of centre, and they'll be sent into attack by Heyman. Goes up to centre half forward, bounces off the chest, wasn't the greatest of kicks. Already a contested game, lots of bodies around this. It's somehow extracted away. One away, Smith with a tumbling ball, almost touring it to full forward. The push out from Budgie Thompson was good. There's been a free kick, and it is going the way of the Tiger Sharks with Hush, who will get the free kick directly in front to get the Cervantes side on the board in the grand final. Kicking against the breeze, which has just lifted a little bit in the last couple of moments. 20 metres out from goal, directly in front. Hush for the first in the grand final. It's a tumbling kick toward goal, and it misses to the left of the goal face. Through for a minor score. First score is on the board in the form of a behind for the Cervantes side. To the outer side, Jurien head. It's a scrapping ball. Lots of bodies around this. Umpire will circle and call for a ball up. Good crowd in attendance here in Moora. It's a big day for the Central Midlands Coastal League. The hockey And the netball as well being played at the moment. As Jurien go forward, there's been a free kick picked out, going the way of Cervantes with Smith. We'll send it down the line with a searing ball to a one-on-one off hands. Gets over the back of the contest. They're away again, trying to go back to go forward. Jurien wrapped up. Another ball up. Already a very contested game so far. Lots of stoppages. In the reserves, it's just a 20-minute straight quarter. Tumbling ball forward, bouncing in. Cracking in hard, Thompson got a handball away, wasn't 21 in particular. Going back in is Cervantes. They get it toward half forward. A majority of the play so far, the Tiger Sharks, but just 1 point to show for it. Jurien will get the free kick for holding the ball. Winning it at half back was Cousins, goes to the outer side. It wasn't the greatest of kicks. It rolls toward the boundary line, and that's where it eventually ends up. We'll have a throw in. Centre wing, outer side, underneath the scoreboard, which reads 1 behind for Cervantes. No score, Jurien Bay. The Jurien defence have been working overtime so far today. Heyman tries to go off the deck, couldn't. It's been a whistle on play. And it has been out of bounds on the full, going the way of Jurien. Go inside, wasn't the greatest of kicks, almost chopped off. Going in and tackling was Heyman. Knocked it toward the corridor. Going back in, Gilver. Couldn't take a clean possession. The ball in amongst that contest somewhere. Locked up, eventually comes out through sets of hands. Jurien trying to get this ball moving forward into the corridor. Rumans tried to get it clear. There's been a free kick going the way of Jurien. Lots of free kicks so far today and stoppages. No real flow just yet to this game of football. Knocked over and out. On the outer side, this ball thrown back into play. Trying to rip it out is Hurl. Big ruckman for Jurien. Does it unsuccessfully. We'll get another stoppage. He'll go again. This time winning it downhill. Straight to Timms, though, for the Tiger Sharks. Hands it to the run of Balloonta. He goes down the line. Almost taking the mark, Budgie Thompson. Couldn't hold on to it. Over and out. Going to be tossed back into play at half forward for Cervantes, who's had majority of the ball in their forward half, but just the one behind so far to show for it in nearly 4 minutes of football. Very scrappy contest early. Locked up again. Ball somewhere in amongst that. Geikus tries to rip it away. Couldn't. Umpire will ball it up. Again, ball in amongst there somewhere. Slapped wide. Lots of bodies around this. Well represented both sides. Locked up again. This ball living on the outer side of the ground so far in this contest. Be nice if we got a bit of play on the broadcast wing. It would be a bit easier to see out that side. Umpire again locking it up. One down, Hurl. Couldn't get any clean possession though. Eventually it's tumbled toward half forward, but it's to a 2-on-1 in favour of Cervantes. The numbers win out, handed back to go forward, trying to take it cleanly. Thompson eventually got the handball. Wilson now able to stop and prop and survey the options. Goes short. Murrett, he rolls immediately onto the right. First clean bit of play that they've had all day. Slap wide. Hush tries to take clean possession. Handed it wide, into the pocket, up toward full forward. A scrapping ball, again locked away. And we'll get, well, almost a stoppage. It's called for holding the ball. Going the way of the Bulldogs. Electing to go to the broadcast side of the ground. It's a dangerous kick. Set a task for Connor. Over the top came Murrett. He goes along the line and whistle on play. It'll be tossed back inside the forward pocket for the Tiger Sharks. Thrown back in. Slap forward, Reed with a quick kick toward goal, slams it into the woodwork. Would have taken something special from there. Almost halfway through this first quarter, and we've just seen 2 scores on the board, and they are 2 behinds in favour of Cervantes, who have really dominated this opening quarter. Smith tried to keep it in front of him, knocked it forward. Greenwood spinning out of trouble, hands it forward. Off a couple of sets of boots, I linked him go off the deck. Down the line, it heads off the half volley. Unable to pick it up was Allen. Had to go back and try and retrieve the ball by tackling. Down the line, can the Bulldogs get something going? Over the head of Evans, had time to collect. A high up and under ball to half forward to the one-on-one. Turning his back is Park. Has a challenge now against a couple and the numbers win out. Timms goes wide with a tumbling ball. Wasn't the greatest of kicks. Hamilton tries to go down the line. Heyman, with a bit of time and space, decides to go off the deck rather than picking it up to green grass. Will have to go and get his own footy. Again goes off the deck. Just needed to pick it up and be clean. We've got a little bit of back and forth at the moment. Smith from the centre slams it toward half forward. Trying to get clear was Hush. Off the crumbs. Reed snaps toward goal and gets the first of the grand final. Finally, the damn wall breaks for Cervantes. Roving it off the deck. Allen takes it. And they're on the board, the Tiger Sharks. 8 plays, nothing. Almost 9 minutes gone in the first term. Finally, Cervantes get a bit of reward for effort after they've had majority of play through the opening 8 minutes. Ball back in the middle. Conjurian get a bit of play going their way. They're lucky to only find themselves 8 points behind. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Bulldogs win the clearance though. Wasn't the greatest of kicks. Thompson, read it best, takes the intercept mark. And a true centre half-back position. Goes to centre wing, broadcast side. Hurl had time and space, ran into a bit of a cul-de-sac. Had the wares, though, to hand it to his teammate, who then pumps them inside 50. Going back, Cousins couldn't hold on to it. Dropping back, Murray. Spots the kick to Timms. Just holds it a play. Nothing really on offer. So he'll go to a nest of players to the broadcast wing. Hayes the target. Oh, the biggest man out there couldn't hold on to it. Blake got the kick forward after receiving the handball, and they're up toward full forward. A tumbling ball toward the goal line. Timms playing the goalkeeper role, takes it over. First score for the Bulldogs is a rush behind. 7 points behind on the Sportal scoreboard. 1-2, plays 1 behind. Driving ball from Og wide. Bounces off the chest of the defence there of the Bulldogs, and there's been a whistle on play for a free kick going the way of Durian. One-on-ones inside 50 for the Dogs. Now 1-on-3. Falls over the back. This could work. Evans from the chaos. Couldn't get it cleanly though. Again, another free kick picked out. It's time for Cervantes on the last line of defence. There's been a 50-metre penalty paid as well. March to a true centre half-back position. Over the back, came off the head of Peacock. Went straight through his hands. Tried to win his own crumb. Couldn't. Handed away. Hurl. Goes in. Flicked wide. They go back to go forward. Murray toward half forward. The numbers with the Dogs and a free kick paid. Down the broadcast wing, they head. One-on-ones ahead of the ball. Rumans had to stop and prop, handed it to the run. They invite the pressure. Blake handed it back, looking for Rumans. Instead, found its way to Heyman, who spirals the ball toward half forward. Knocked away from the target. Scrapping in. Lots of bodies around this. Slapped wide. Through hands. Off the left goes Hush. And getting back, marked, taken. Down the corridor, Evans wanting to keep this ball moving. Sets a task for Hill, who will wait for the cavalry to arrive. Elects to go off the deck. In the end was to his own detriment. Hamilton wanted the ball inside, wasn't there. Free kick paid. Going the way of Cervantes. At centre wing, on the outer side to a 2-on-1 in favour of Cervantes, who spoiled their own ball. Geikus went in, locked up, not going anywhere. Deep in attack for Cervantes, where this ball has lived for the opening quarter. Can Jurien get themselves back on the board? Over the back. Mark taken by Thompson. Goes to the broadcast wing. Bounce had to be kind, and it was for Wilson. Goes wide. Mark taken by Murray. He goes inside, put a little bit too much air on the kick, and Jurien can bounce away. Hayes takes the mark. Tight roping the boundary line. Goes to a 3-on-1 in favour of the Tiger Sharks. Well defended by Thompson. Knocked it clear. Free kick paid. High tackle. Going in favour of Timms. He'll take it at right half back. Goes down the line. Mark taken by Thompson, who's been good early on, taking a couple of intercept grabs. We'll look to launch them into attack. Going laterally. It's a nice looking kick, but it worked its way okay to Geikus, who goes laterally further. So they've completed a full switch to the ground. Hamilton goes further afield wide. Bouncing ball. Murray got the sit he was after and then invited a little bit of pressure because he wasn't clean with the footy in hand. Went back in. Free kick paid. Just no real flow to this game so far today. Jurien getting the free kick. A very scrappy affair early. The Jurien defence have done well. Been under the pump for a lot of this first quarter. Holding the ball paid. Forward of centre for the Sharks. Inside 50, 2-on-1. Numbers with the Bulldogs to the front of the contest. Over and out it heads. Turning into a nice day here in Moora. Countryside looking magnificent at the moment. Canola starting to sprout. Very thick crops. Let's hope that it is another bumper season for all those involved. Kept in somehow. Screwing ball to the top of the goal square. They'll converge on the footy. Knocked to the front. Coming through Murray. Tried to take it cleanly. Couldn't. Ran into a brick wall. And a free kick paid, going the way of the Sharks. For a high tackle, much to the disbelief of the Bulldogs bench. And a 50-metre penalty. Costly error. This will be the second of the day for Cervantes. Against the Breeze. They're going to have a couple. for Reid, who will get himself on the board and get Cervantes their second. He's kicked them both at the moment. And Cervantes have dominated so far in this first quarter and find themselves 14 points ahead, or 13 points ahead rather, on the Sportal scoreboard. Ball back in the middle. Reid with the first couple. 14 plays 1, 13 points the margin. The Tiger Sharks really would feel that they should be further ahead in this match for the amount of ball that they've had in their forward half. The Jury and defence have done well to lock this game up so far. Greenwood had it and then lost it, and then the Sharks were all of a sudden back at half forward. Lord does the tackling, slipped it high. Coming wide, Savanas goes down the line to a 2-on-2. Double fist forward, could have almost marked it. Trying to go the stiff arm and doing it successfully. Savas did well, got the handball away. The pressure was invited. Allen will keep it in somehow. Nice little bit of footwork towards Connor though. Numbers with Durian. Down the line he heads. Lots of numbers here for Cervantes. Timms goes into the corridor. Thompson has been strong so far off half back. Will launch him to half forward. Trying to knock it in front. Lord went with the one hand when he should have gone the two. Hush will lead the race. Has a couple to beat. And the numbers of Durian went out toward the boundary line. Keeping it in play. Going down the line. Hamilton will see it over and out. As we wind around to quarter time. A minute or so, just over a minute to go in the first quarter, which has been owned by Cervantes. But still only find themselves 13 points up, conducive to the conditions. Very blustery at the moment here in Mora. Ripped away by Timms. Down the line. Mark taken by Reid. Kicked the 2 goals so far today. Goes down the line. Mark taken by Murray. Time enough for one last score here for Cervantes. The kick wasn't fantastic. It will have to be better than that if they are to score in the limited time available in this first quarter. Still time enough, though, for Durian if they can slingshot this ball forward. It's knocked over and out away from Hurl, who will have to be content with a boundary throw-in. 20 seconds left in the first quarter. You would think this would be all she wrote for the first term. Over the back, Smith knocked it wide. Didn't get any real advantage, though, off the hit out. Free kick, in fact, going to Greenwood. He goes down the line as the siren sounds for quarter time. It's a 13-point lead in favour of Cervantes. 2-2-14 to Jurien Bay, 1 behind at quarter time here in the Central Midlands Coastal Reserves Grand Final. We'll take a break, be back with the second quarter after this.
that right?
Quarter time here in the Reserves Grand Final for 2025 Central Midlands Coastal Grand Final Day. And it is Cervantes 2-2-14 to Jurien Bay, one behind. It is a 13-point margin at quarter time. Cervantes would feel they should be further ahead. They dominated the first quarter in terms of field position. Lots of ball inside their forward half. But the Jurien defence were up to the challenge and were able to lock the ball up for the majority of it and keep it at just a 13-point margin. Very blustery conditions here in Moora. The breeze going, not even a breeze, the wind going directly across the ground from the broadcast side to the outer side. So no real advantage for either side when going forward. Let's hope by the league it could be a little bit more of a clear advantage. That game between Dan Darrigan and Cervantes. We're about to get back underway here in the Reserves Grand Final, the second quarter. It's a 13-point lead in favour of the Sharks, and off the deck goes Timms, getting the ball immediately forward, or wide in fact. Murrett goes back to go forward and invites a little bit of pressure, just overusing the ball a little bit here. Cervantes down on the outer side. A few bodies around that, the ball in there somewhere. Umpire circles and eventually will, yes, now ball it up. Took his time, gave him every possible chance. Got a ball up, centre wing, outer side. Well, in fact, there's been a free kick picked out, going the way of Cervantes. Didn't see what it was for, but it was a scrubbing ball forward. Handed away. It's been a free kick for a sling tackle. So the opening couple of free kicks going the way of Cervantes. There's been another whistle on play for off the ball. The non-controlling umpire, and there's been a 50-metre penalty. A great way to start if you're a Cervantes fan. They'll be marched inside 50 and almost to the goal line. 20 metres out, directly in front. Costly errors for Jurien, who could concede the opening goal of the first term within the first minute. It holds, it's missing away to the right. One behind only, they get out of trouble there. To the outer side they head with the relieving ball. The breeze is favouring. Working his way out of trouble. Greenwood goes down the line. Over and out. Centre wing outer side, neutral territory. Held back into play. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Locked up again. Rumans will circle. He'll turn the tackler. Applying the pressure, the skipper goes back in. Now at the bottom of that pack. Umpire will ball it up. Very scrappy affair early here in this second term. Down the throat of Hanson. Won the clearance. Nowhere to go though. Rather Blake has to slam it on his boot and goes out of bounds on the full. Cars lined right around the outer side and packed car park. Very good crowd here in Moora. Grand final day. We've got the netball and the hockey as well as the footy on at the moment. Cervantes kicking to the right of screen in this first term. Holding the ball, going the way of the black and gold. A driving ball up forward, knocked away to the front of the contest. The kick wasn't fantastic. It's a bouncing ball away. And it's done well, spinning his way out of trouble. Michael Lanedo ran into trouble himself and was brought down by Reid. He'll go inside 50. Mark taken. Great bit of play there for the Tiger Sharks. Murrett rather getting the ball forward and the mark taken by Budgie Thompson. Already had a couple of kicks up forward today. He'll line up for his first. And the third of the game for Cervantes. For a nice little break, it'll swing back in the breeze, hold its line, and sneak through. Cervantes get the first of the second term. Budgie Thompson with his first. And Cervantes skip away to a 20-point lead. 21, plays 1. 5 minutes gone in the second quarter. Jurien Bay entered as slight favourites. They finished on top of the ladder. And Cervantes have really given them a run for their money. A couple of weeks ago, Cervantes won by 65 points in the first round or the second round of finals. Saw Jurien have to play Lancelin last week in the prelim. And that's how they got their way to this grand final. Cervantes had the easy path through after beating Jurien a couple of weeks ago. Free kick going the way of Savas. He drives it toward half forward. So no one in particular. Numbers with the Sharks. Locked up. Cousins tried to get it away. Free kick for Blake. At centre half forward. Their first meaningful look inside 50 for just about the whole game. It's almost full forward. Well done by Thompson. Handed away for Timms to release. He goes wide. Murrett's been good early. Has the pace. Gets the sit. Handed it inside. Going back to go forward. Got almost the 1-2. They go down the line to a 2-on-1. Taking front position. Smith elected to spoil it over and out. Content to take the boundary throw in. Centre wing, outer side. Smith knocked it back. Another free kick. It's time for the Sharks. There's been plenty of free kicks and whistles so far today. On the lead, Hush takes the mark. Still, another couple of kicks from goal. He wanted his teammate Smith. He couldn't find him though. Chopped off at half back. Tumbled with a bit of a kick and hope. Strong mark taken though by Hurl. Can he get something going for the Bulldogs? They've been very stagnant when going forward today. Centre wing, just underneath the scoreboard, which has a 20-point lead in favour of Cervantes. Out the back, another good mark taken by Thompson. He's been superb off half-back so far today. It's been a free kick off the ball. Still going the way of Cervantes. Kick to Timms. He'll be paid the mark. Looks inside. Plenty of options. The game really opening up now. His brother in Timms. He goes wide. Beluda had it knocked away from him. Had time enough to try and win his own crumb. Was worried off the footy. Now slamming ball from Blake forward. Tumbles it. Thompson will lead the foot race. He's got a couple to beat. The bounce was good enough for him and he was happy to use the boundary line as his friend and get them the ability to reset. Forward pocket for Jurien Bay. To be hurled back into play. Ripped out of the ruck. That time by Hurl. He handed it wide and boundary line again wins out. Heavy stoppage game so far today. Boundary umpires certainly earning their keep. Toss back in, still in attack. Hurl takes front position, palmed it down. Could have almost grabbed it out of the ruck himself, won his own crumb. Handed it back to go forward. Driving ball inside 50. Out the back to the pocket, trying to go off the deck is Cousins. It was to no real great effect, although it could work out okay. Reed. Going back to Thompson, who tries to relieve the pressure away. They're not out of trouble yet, though, the Tiger Sharks. Plenty of numbers for the Bulldogs. Slamming it forward, Cervantes with a kick and hope, really, and misses the lot. Just their second shot at goal today. And they need to start to get this scoreboard moving, you feel, Jurien. They'll keep it inside 50 with the forward half turnover, but to no great effect. Almost halfway through this second term, and we've had just the one goal on the board. It was a 13-point margin in favour of Cervantes at quarter time, now at a 20-point margin. been able to lock this game up. Had a couple of repeat inside 50s though here, Jurian. Can they get a bit of reward for effort themselves, putting this Cervantes defence under a bit of pressure? And there's been a free kick for Jurian for a high tackle. Would be fantastic if we had jumper numbers on the front of the Guernseys. Make things a whole lot easier. We'll have to wait until he spins around. The kick toward goal is missing to the near side. That kick came from Gilver. Trims the margin to 19 points. 21 plays 2. Driving ball forward from Og out of full back. It was a clearing kick and got plenty of distance on it, but it comes back. Thompson had to stop and prop, was put under pressure, had Geikus in support, goes to him now, going right back to the last line of goal here at Cervantes. They're under a bit of pressure. They've got options to this broadcast side. One of them is Murray, who's been good so far. He goes down the boundary line and finds Reid, who's kicked 2 of the 3 goals for Cervantes so far today. We love it when it's kept to this broadcast wing, makes it much easier for us. A little bit of byplay off the ball between Heyman and Harris just in front of us. Still at halfback for Cervantes. Up toward centre wing. Falls over the back, locked up, umpire circles. Content to call for a stoppage at centre wing, broadcast side. Neutral territory right in front of us. Smith climbed high, missed it. Falls to the front. They get the clearance though, Tiger Sharks. Murray's been good so far today. Falls over the back of him. Will circle and try and knock it toward the boundary line. Michael Lanito comes off his back heel and it rolls over and out. 8.5 minutes remain in this second quarter. Cervantes certainly winning the contest and being far more efficient when going forward. Knocked wide. Connor paddles it in front to his own advantage, then dives on the footy, was taken high. And there's a bit of push and shove afterwards, bit of feeling starting to creep its way into this game. Centre half back, laterally to Cannon. Got nothing really ahead of the footy, so he switches it in the middle of the ground to try and open the angles up. Blake. Wheels and goes. On his right, toward half forward, a driving ball over the back of the contest. Kick around from Evans. Really just in hope. There's numbers back there for the Tiger Sharks. They look at each other and decide who wants to go for it more. In the end, Wilson won the arm wrestle. Goes wide. Thompson takes it at right half back. Will play on and go to his right. A driving ball towards centre wing. Off hands to the front. It's all red and white. Ran into a brick wall. Free kick called. Going the way of Jurian for a push in the back. Is with Gilver. Drives it forward. Knocked over and out. Just under 7 minutes remaining in the second quarter as we wind around toward half-time. A little bit of stop in players. The boundary umpire gets his way into position. Hurl, as he's done for most of the day, wins the ruck against Smith. Knocked forward. Extracted away now. On hands and knees, flicking it up. Savas. And now the flying shot at goal came from Greenwood, who goes toward goal and gets the Dogs on the board. Finally, they get a major. 14 minutes into the second term. It took a moment of brilliance, but they are finally there and into this grand final. Breaks a run of 3 goals for Cervantes and trim the margin to 14 points. 3-3-21 plays 1-1-7. There's about 5.5 minutes left here in this second term. It is still game on, that is for sure. Ball back in the middle. One away originally by Cervantes. Gilver put his head over the footy, then just hacked out of there by Bryan toward half forward, and it lands on the chest of Reed. Turns his back immediately to goal and says, I've got this in me. Man of the mark stands 45 metres out from goal. He's on a slight angle. This breeze blowing directly across the ground. He'll have to aim this at the right-hand goalpost for a bit of right to left. Wheels around. That's where it starts. It floats its way toward goal. It doesn't have the journey. Knocked away. The crumb was there. Flying shot. Misses. A time by Lord. Still Cervantes with plenty of ball in there. Forward half. Hill, the full backman, runs his allotted 15 and then drives it towards centre wing. Probably wanted a little bit more distance, but it works out okay. Hill with the free kick for a chop of the arms. Still with 4 minutes left. Jurien right in this grand final despite being outplayed for majority of it. Hamilton couldn't get there quick enough. What do they have ahead of the footy, Jurien? Not a whole lot down the line. There's lots of numbers. And it's going to be a little bit of kick to kick down the arcs. This game has been played exclusively on that outer side. Hurl takes the mark. Looks inside, finds Cousins on the lead. Sells a bit of candy, ran himself into a bit of trouble. Had a couple to beat, did so effectively with a little toe poke forward. Trying to go off the deck, Evans. Free kick off the ball for a high contact and a 50-metre penalty to boot. That's now about the third or fourth going the way of Cervantes. And this is starting to get a little costly. Timms with the free kick. Will be taken inside 50. Man on the mark stands at about 49 metres. Wanted Reed, overcooked the kick. Went through the hands. One away by Bryan, handed it to Reed. Wheels onto the right, tumbles it toward the goal face. Was almost held there, the full forward of Cervantes, locked up. The call's holding the ball, the umpire. Didn't have a whole lot of prior opportunity. Nonetheless, a free kick going for Jurien. Coming wide, Connor takes it just inside the field of play. Works the angles. Sheen. Scoreboard currently stands at 15 points, and this could grow a little bit more. Murray picks off the kick. Still just outside 50 here for the Sharks. Going to the right of screen in this second term on the lead. Mark taken by Murray. He's been fantastic today. Up the ground. Now with his chance to get his own goal. Set one up earlier for Reed in the first quarter. Now can get himself on the board and put this back out to a 21-point margin. Slight angle. About 50 metres out from goal. We'll start it toward the left. It works its way back. It lands on the goal line and it's knocked through for a rush behind. Jurien Bay would count themselves lucky that they're not further behind in this game. Hill, a little bit of indecision, elects to go down the staples and it's dangerous because Reed is lurking, paddles it to himself as he pushed in the back. Umpire wasn't sold. Murray will kick toward goal and on the last line of defence, the mark is taken by Palmer. He goes wide. Connor. A free kick for Smith. He'll tumble it, almost spirals it toward the forward 50. Connor was through his hands, slapped wide. Gilver goes back to go forward. Through sets of hands. Palmer down the line, off the half volley mark. Couldn't be taken. Still time enough for Cervantes and time for Durian if they can be clean with the footy. Handed forward. Lots of numbers around this. Wrapped off it. And Timms gets the free kick. There's 30 seconds to drive this ball forward, up to full forward. Into the pocket. Lots of numbers around this. Over the back. Can Durian just quell another attack forward? They appeal for deliberate out of bounds. Umpire not buying it. 10 seconds remain. Can they get one right on the halftime siren? Held back in. They need to be clean here. They won't. Time beats them. The Tiger Sharks have dominated the first half and yet only find themselves 16 points ahead on the scoreboard. Had they have kicked straight and taken their opportunities, they would be further ahead. But nonetheless, it is 3-5-23 to Durian 1-1-7 in the Reserves Grand Final for 2025. We'll be back after this break for the second half here from Mora. Half-time in the Reserves Grand Final for 2025 here in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League, and it is a 15-point margin to Cervantes. They led it by 13 points at quarter time, now at 15 points. 3-5-23 to 1-2-8. And Jurien would count themselves lucky they're not further behind in this game. The amount of ball that Cervantes have had inside their forward half, their defence has done very well, the Bulldogs, to not concede further. To only be 3 goals behind is a pretty good effort. They're kicking to the right of screen in this quarter. The wind has started to swing around to slightly favour the left of screen, but it is still about a 30k plus or 30 knot breeze going directly across the ground. Got gusts of up to 55 kilometres per hour. Third quarter. About to get back underway. What did Jurien Bay have in this quarter? There's a free kick immediately going to Timms, who will get the clearance and tumble it toward half forward. Wasn't the greatest of kicks. Bouncing ball on ends. Knocking it away forward. Got the runner in the way. We can't see where the ball is. It's eventually one out. Peacock off hands and knees. Flicked it wide, but it's coming straight back. Madeley will slam it toward full forward to the front. Knocked away. Handed. Reed with a flying shot at goal around the corner. Mark taken at the top of the goal square. The defence was caught napping. Reed's kick fell short against the breeze. Mark taken by Lord, who read it best. And this would open up a very, very nice lead. He's won 14 league flags, Tyson Lord. Now putting himself in pole position for a Resi's flag. The kick on its way. Well, he'd like that back. Breeze takes hold of it, goes off the side of the boot. One behind only. They move to 3-6-24 to 1-2-8. It's been so far a very good performance by the Sharks. With plenty of bite, if they can just hold on in this quarter and keep it at this 15-point lead, they would head into the last quarter full of confidence and hope. Hill slams it wide to the front. Who has the numbers? Well, both sides were well represented. Free kick going the way of the Sharks. And it is for Brian. Brian with a Y. Inside 50, slight angle, 40 metres out from goal. Doesn't look overly confident. Wants a lead to come for him. None were really forthcoming, so he drives it toward full forward. Off hands. Crummers are plenty. One of them is Reed. Out of nowhere! The front of the contest! Gets his third! And does as all good small forwards do. Reads it to perfection, gets his third, and skips Cervantes to a very comfortable lead. 4-6-30. Plays 1-2-8, a 22-point margin. Start of the third quarter. Hard to see how Jurien get back from here. He's having some sort of game today. Kicked the opening 2 goals of the game, and now the opener in the third. Had plenty of ball up forward as well. Ball is back in the middle. Smith slaps it down. Wide. Free kick paid. Cervantes will win the clearance. It's with Brian. Elects to go toward the outer side. Just held in the breeze a little bit. It came off a couple of shins. Knocked forward. Madeley will lead the race. Tries to put his head under it. Slaps it back. Couldn't be clean with it. Brian, where it all began in the centre. Well, the tackle surely slipped high. Umpire didn't see it that way. Locked up. Ball up. Neutral territory. Bang on centre wing. Outer side. 4-6 plays 1-2. In favour of Cervantes, who also have their league side in today, up against Dan Darrigan, the reigning premiers. Jurien have made their way inside their forward 50 for the first time this quarter. There's been a whistle on play. And a 50 again. This is now the 6th or 7th that Cervantes have received, and it's purely because Jurien have been ill-disciplined. Og will be marched into the centre of the ground and flick it wide. The kick that was well weighted perfectly to Smith. You could not ask for better delivery. He goes inside 50. Blocking, free kick paid, and Cervantes will go back and have the chance for their 5th. Free kick paid to Murray, who flew, was taken out of it. He's a little ginger getting up as well. He's been very good today, setting up a lot of the play inside the forward half, pressuring half forward to small forward, done it right up the ground as well. Now he has it dead in front, 30 metres out from goal. He stabs it low. Does it clear the goal line? The Cervantes players seem to think so. And as do the goal umpires. Murray continues the party. Pushes this out to a very comfortable 28-point lead. 36 plays, 8. 20 points, 5 minutes in to the third term, starting to put a nice gap on the Dogs. Jurien finished on top of the ladder after the regular season. Cervantes smashed them in the semi-final to get their way to the grand final. And it seems to be going that way again today. Free kick for Jurien, this time with Cannon. Goes wide. Cousins on the lead. Still a couple of kicks away from goal. This forward line is starting to fill up very quickly for Jurien. They've been very conservative with ball in hand. A driving ball into the pocket. It just hangs in the breeze and falls short. Wrapped up by Michael Lanito. Holding the ball, paid. Good bit of forward pressure. Almost stepped off his line. Now he does. He plays on. Goes inside on the lead. Blake takes the mark. Barely travels the required 15, but nonetheless, the mark is paid. Dead in front of goal. Blake with the shot at goal. Almost dead in front. Slight angle. 40 metres out. This would take some sort of kick. They desperately need this goal. It falls short. Off hands. Dogs have the numbers at ground level. Flicked forward. Cervantes, though, on the last line. There's been a throw paid. And the free kick will go to Greenwood. Greenwood with the free kick after a throw. In fact, it's come back to Willoughby. On a slight angle, 40 metres out, 35 to 40 metres out from goal. It'll be 40 metres when he gets onto this kick, Willoughby. Swirling breeze. He needs to start this the right-hand goalpost to allow it to work back. That's where he starts it. Well, he started a little too much in the middle of the goals, and you can see that swing to the left. I suggest that will be everyone needs to kick today. Galloping out of defence is Og. Drives it to the outer side, 2-on-2. Off hands toward the line, over and out. You can just see with that last kick from Willoughby how much this breeze is affecting it. He started that perfectly in the middle of the goal face, and it swung to the left. So all players will need to be wary of that right throughout today, including into the league later on this afternoon, starting from 2:15, or around about then. We'll be calling all the action here from Mora. Dan Darrigan in their pursuit of back-to-back premierships. Cervantes looking for a reserves league double. They won the juniors as well this morning. So it could be a big night of celebrations out in Cervantes, should they get the next couple of big results go their way. In the meantime, it's a hung ball to half forward Harris, goes in. Cousins on the lead, takes the mark. It was a well-weighted kick. He spotted the space in front of him, and now he's got it 30 metres out from goal, directly in front. Needs to kick this to break a run of a couple of goals for Cervantes. Cousins will stab at it. It looks perfect off the boot. Umpire does not move. Cousins gets the bay on the board in the second and the third term. They just get themselves back in this game. 5-6-36, plays 2-3-15. Starting to work their way back into it. A 21-point margin with 9 minutes remaining, or 9.5 minutes remaining in this third term. There's still a pulse there. If they can get the next couple at least, in the next goal, they'll be right in this game. Have not been able to string together multiple goals though. Throughout today. One down, Potter tried to get it away. Heyman goes in, flicked it further. Free kick. Going back for the Bay with Peacock. Peacock will have it. Just defensive side of centre. Nothing ahead of the ball really, so he slams it to a one-on-one at the front. Hamilton handled it wide, stopping and propping Murray. A high up and under ball out to the wing. Heyman collects it. Goes down the line. In front position. Lord takes the mark. They've worked their way well down the outer side here. Have Cervantes, and they're inside 50 again. Over the back, it's slammed away out of trouble by Warburton. Have the immediate danger. Another whistle on play. And the free kick will go to the Dogs. This is Peacock again. Goes wide. Cousins on the lead. Takes the mark. He's a long way from goal, though. There is no one in the forward 50 for Jurien Bay. Sells some candy. Then drives the ball to a one-on-one. Park the target. Out-muscled. And outworked by Wilson, who does well to take the intercept mark. Goes short to Thompson. It was very good through the opening half. He goes shorter still to Murray. Happy to massage the ball down the line. Gave it back to Thompson. Provided plenty of drive off half-back today. Towards centre half forward. Over the back of the contest. Lord cracks back in. Got his own ball. Handed over the top. Hands were a little sloppy. Another free kick picked out. Going the way of the Sharks. Still probably a kick or so away from goal. The target is Baluta, who will fly in the long sleeves. Knock to the front. Hill did well. Slaps free. Geikus with a shot at goal on the goal line. Mark taken by Murray. Takes it just inside the field of play, right next to the goalpost. This would take some sort of kick. No angle to work with. We'll run around and slam it home. Breaks the momentum Jurien were building and pushes it back out to a 27-point lead. Every time Jurien seemed to get on top in the contest. Cervantes just have all the answers. Back out to 27 points, and with 5 minutes remaining in this third term, it is hard to see how Jurien mount a comeback from here. Ball back in the middle of Mora. Good crowd in attendance. What's happening around the town at the moment? Throughout the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. Rumans inside 50 for Jurien. To no one in particular. The bounce, how does it sit for Wilson? Well, it was okay. He wasn't clean though. He had support and they're able to work their way out of trouble. Towards centre wing. Park. Hadn't then lost it. Spilt away. Connor with it. Just dabs the kick inside. Starting to get a bit of ball going their way. Cousins the target. Off hands. Roves it beautifully. Snaps around and gets his second. Doggies hit back and keep themselves in the contest. Back to a 21-point margin. And they're just keeping themselves alive. 4.5 minutes remain here in the third term. Big game coming up after this from 2:15. Cervantes and Dan Darrigan. Dan Darrigan in pursuit of back-to-back premierships. As it's one out by Reid, tries to part the seas, goes back in, wins his own ball, hands it inside. Heyman was the target. Tries to paddle it forward, was surely ripped off the ball. Play on, said the umpire. Beluda gives away the free kick. Free kick for Savas. And a 50-metre penalty. First one that Jurien have had so far today, and it's a long 50-metre penalty as well. Right inside 50. He'll go for a goal. It would take some sort of effort. Savas right to the goal line. There were flies from all over the place, from the side, from behind, as the umpire takes a slip. Toward the boundary line, so almost pitches in, stays in, and then goes out. Ball in. Jurien with a bit of momentum. Late in the third term. Over the back, Michael Lanito was slapped away from him. Trying to bustle his way through with Smith, did so successfully. And now Murray, he has pace to burn if they can get it to him. Just sits momentarily. Eventually it won its way to Murray. He goes to centre wing. Foot race is on. Sheen, the representative for Jurien. Bounce wasn't kind for him as Cervantes get it to half forward. Calls for a free kick. Play on, said the umpire. Murray tries to spin his way out of trouble. Hands it back inside. Wrapped up. Running into a brick wall. Holding the ball. Great defensive pressure from Jurien. Had a couple of tacklers back there. They get the free kick. It's going to be brought back around. 2 minutes remaining. Can they get one late to send a little bit of a scare through the camp of Cervantes, who have led all day? We've got a lot of targets up forward. Park off the half volley. Mark wasn't paid. Slides in. Umpire wrapped up. Umpire will call for it after he was wrapped up. Can feel the momentum starting to drift the way of Jurien, but the nature of the dominance that Cervantes have had, all they need here, Cervantes, is a goal, and we're back out to a 27-point margin. Going wide. Good mark taken at half forward. Going back inside 50. Kick wasn't fantastic. Reid already has a couple. Flicks it inside. Isles. He gave the handball away just in the nick of time. Reid will do the pressuring. They're not out of trouble just yet. Here the Dogs. To the front. Thompson will load up. from half back, goes inside. It was right to the teeth of goal. Isles tries to just pinball it forward. Reed with the shake and the bake. Does he have the finish? Well, he slams it toward half forward. Murray was there. Knocked away from him. Over and out. Still time enough. Inside the final minute for Cervantes to hit back. It will be hurled back into the field of play. Lord knocked it to the front. Reed with a high up and under. Got no purchase on the kick. Hit the belly of the ball. Over and out. Out of bounds on the full. As we wind around to three-quarter time, there's 20 seconds remaining. Cervantes get a forward 50 intercept here. They may be a chance for one late goal. It's to a 2-on-2. Cervantes have the numbers. Flying in late with Smith, spoils his own men. Well, they've got the intercept. Can they find a player? The siren sounds. Wilson will have a shot for goal. 50-metre arc to head in to three-quarter time with a 27-point lead. He'll try and barrel it toward goal. It will fall short. And so at three-quarter time, it is a 21-point margin in favour of Cervantes. At the final change, they lead it 42-21. We'll take a break. Be back with the final 20 minutes after this. Three-quarter time, it's a 21-point lead in favour of Cervantes, who are just 20 minutes away from the reserves premiership for 2025. Jurien, they were much better in that third term. At one point, they got it into a 21-point lead, and that's where it stayed after they were at one point down by 28 points at the 5-minute mark when Murat put them up by 28 points, the Sharks. They led it by 13 points at quarter time, 15 points at half time, and it now stands at a 21-point margin. 20 minutes remain here in the reserves grand final for 2025. The umpire holds the ball aloft. Final quarter underway in the reserves grand final for the Central Midlands Coastal. Smith won the hit out. Tried to knock it forward. Timms goes in, was wrapped up by a couple, locked up. The story of the day so far. Heavy stoppage game, lots of stopping and starting. Neither side have been able to really gain a whole lot of control in general play. Seen very few great passages of play. To half forward for Cervantes. It's one out, going forward. Timms puts it inside 50. The foot race is on. How does it sit? McGray led the race, tried to knock it back inside. It's eventually won away by Reid, who tumbles it toward goal, bounces, and it's through for a behind. There's been a stop in play. Savas is a little ginger to get up after he had his ankle trodden on. Can the Dogs work their way back into this game? Blake slams it in the corridor. It was an interesting decision. Locked up. She sends Jurien have to take some risks in this final quarter if they are to win. 22 points behind on the scoreboard. They need to start winning some ball their own way. Baluta taken, holding the ball. Very hot whistle. Going the way of Blake, who will play on. Go toward the broadcast side of the ground. Bouncing ball, slipping over a crucial stage. Og has been good down back, gave it to Reid. Another man who's been superb. And goes to Brian, who's been very good through the middle of the ground. Plenty of performers to choose from for Cervantes. Smith has led the way in the ruck. Goes inside 50, bouncing ball. Budgie Thompson slipped over, had to hand it wide to get out of trouble. Michael Ladindo spun out of trouble. Free kick, paid downfield for Jurien. On centre wing, broadcast side underneath the scoreboard, which reads a 22-point margin. To the good of Cervantes. Rumans, one of the co-captains for Jurien, pumps it long. Murray was the target, eventually worked its way to him. He handed it wide. They've got a 2-on-1. Cousins has a couple to beat. Made its way to the back. He did all the hard work except take the mark. Falls to Wilson. They're not out of trouble yet, though, the Tiger Sharks. Brian goes in. Hands it to Hamilton, who just wants to slam it out of defence. Locked up. And a free kick, a stoppage rather. Right, half forward for Jurien. On the outer side, just thumped to the boundary by a heel. Happy to have a couple of repeat stoppages. Jurien, Heel and Smith to battle again. Both had a piece of it. Flicked wide. Brian slides in. Lots of players around this. Ball soccered free toward the line. Over and out. To be tossed back into play. This ball hasn't travelled very far in the last couple of minutes. Smith over the back, knocked it down. They win the clearance. Do Cervantes, tumbling ball to half forward. That's a centre wing, rather. Locked up again. Umpire circles, giving them every opportunity. Standing tall in the tackle was Geiger, so he got it out, and then the umpire paid a free kick, and now he's paid a 50-metre penalty. Interesting decision. Nonetheless, it is an important one for Jurien to get themselves back in this game a little bit. With Gilbert, who gets it. And there is definitely a pulse now for Jurien. Trim the margin back to 16 points. 6-7-43. Plays 4-3-27. I get the first of the last. Six minutes in to the final term. We have a major on the board for Jurien. They'll need a couple of them if they are to win this game. Haven't led at all today. First time that they've scored back-to-back goals. Cousins scored the last of the third term, and now Gilver gets the first of the last. Back in the middle. Smith tries to get his own clearance. Wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Get a secondary stoppage. Right in the middle of Mora. Smith climbs high, misread the throw up. Locked up again though. So all Cervantes have to do is just hold on from here. If they get one or two more, then it will be all over. Winning it away though, Michael Anito has been sent in to provide a little bit of spark to the one-on-one with Cousins. Snapped forward, a bouncing ball by Willoughby. Doesn't get to the goal line, and it's worked out well through hands. Hamilton goes wide, looks for Beluda. Keeps it in, tight ropes the boundary line. Sockers it down the line, off the chest of Brian. He goes back to go forward. Kick was ricocheted. Brian got it moving forward. Beluda wrapped up, not going anywhere. And the Jurien Bay bench now with a little bit of voice. Still 12 minutes remaining in the final term. Plenty of time for either side to stamp their authority on this game. Cervantes have led all day. Going back in. Sheen tried to work it away. Smith. Well, it was a 40-metre kick. 20 up, 20 down. Standing underneath it. Marat went the spoil instead of the mark. Sheen goes off the deck, getting it forward. Likewise, Rumans. Up to half forward. Murray trapped it in front position. Tried to get it moving forward. Bounce wasn't kind for Thompson. Goes back. Michael Anito. He goes inside 50. Cousins works his way to him. Couldn't hold on to the mark. Hamilton's kick was smothered. It'll just pitch for Timms. Bounces on ends. Going in. Thompson. Taken high. Free kick. For Jurien. For high contact. On the outer side, inside 50. Stop the clock. Clock has been stopped. Player on the ground, I didn't see who it was. It's hard to tell from here. A few players congregating, which makes it even more difficult. Could be Cousins. It was collected high. Clock has been stopped with 11:47 remaining on the clock. Plenty of football around country WA today. The GNFL, the prelim final between Chapman Valley And Brigades, the winner of that, will go on and face Railways next weekend. The grand final up there. North Midlands also having their prelim final today. Last week we saw a cracking game out in the Eastern Districts Football League with Corrigan prevailing by a point over Southern Cross. This player is still on the ground. I think it might be Cousins who's down.
Yeah, we did. You put your hand up. Yeah, awesome. Yeah.
And so we've got a halt in play here in Moore in the reserves grand final. Currently a 16-point margin to Cervantes, who at one point led it by 27 points at the 15-minute mark of the third term. And although it's only a 3-goal margin or so, you feel Cervantes have definitely played the better football throughout today.
They've called a stretcher. It's called the stretcher, but not able to check, I don't think. Will they stop the clock now? Yes.
Stretcher has been called. Clock has been stopped.
What does that mean? That's the compressor that fills the air tank up. Oh, yeah. Give it a good charge. Yeah.
So a little halt in play.
Stay near it.
Not really. I'm just going to try and reset that clock on your scoreboard. Otherwise, I'll do it yourself.
There's 11 minutes, 47 to go.
Just hold as the stretch has been called out. It was a high knock. Over at right half forward inside the forward 50 of Jurien. It will be a free kick for the Dogs. It's always interesting out of these breaks. Who it favours more? Does it favour Cervantes, who have probably absorbed a couple of punches in the last few moments? Or does it help Jurien to reset and crystallise their message? Does it galvanise them with a soldier down? Stretches out on the ground now. We do wish the player all the best. We'll provide updates when we get them. And if we get them. Later on tonight, a big game at Optus Stadium. Fremantle making their finals return for the first time since 2022. Or 23 rather. And the Gold Coast Suns in their first ever final. Got a sneaky feeling that I reckon the Suns will get up tonight against the Dockers. Perhaps that's my allegiances talking, but it will be a cracking game, that's for sure. Plenty of wild and woolly weather in Perth today, so it will be interesting to see how both sides adapt to the conditions tonight and who it favours more. Both sides' defence are very, very good, and their forward line as well. Both very potent. 60,000 strong crowd at Optus Stadium tonight. The GWS Hawthorn game also being played at the moment over at NG Stadium. And it is currently GWS 2 to Hawthorn nothing with 15 minutes to go in the first quarter. Giants so far winning field position against the Hawks, who have lost their last 8 matches at NG Stadium, going back to round 6, 2015. They've got an average losing margin there of 30 points. So history not on the Hawks side today. The winner of that will go and play Adelaide on what will look like to be Friday night. For those who have just joined us, the Jurien player, who we believe is Cousins, was collected high over at half forward. He had his head over the footy, was collected, and has now been
11:47.
Is now being put onto a stretcher. The volunteer paramedics out there, as both teams are staying warm at respective ends of the ground. Ambulance is making its way along the outer side now to where this player is. And he will be in the best possible care. Great work that paramedics do right throughout country WA. Always a key part of country footy is the ambulance being on hand and the volunteer paramedics who would have rather not be used today, but they're now being called into action and will be looked after in the best possible way. Clock has been stopped at 11:47. Currently a 16-point margin to Cervantes. This halt in play shouldn't affect the game later on today, which is due to get underway at 2:15 rather. We're at 1:30 now. So we should be okay to commence at 2:15, but we'll wait for official word from Football League as to the start time of that game between Dandaragan and Cervantes. It will be a cracking game, that's for sure. Dandaragan in pursuit of back-to-back premierships. Cervantes with some very handy players indeed. James Venturini from my neck of the woods in Geraldton. He'll be rolling out there along with Gus Devitt, who spent a bit of time in the Great Northern Football League as well. Just waiting for this play to be cleared off the ground. They're taking as much time as possible, which is fair enough. Making sure the neck and the spine stay aligned and that no further damage is done.
Come on, Isaac.
I'm just surveying the jury and guys, and I do think this is Cousins who is on the deck. He's kicked 2 today. But this is obviously much bigger than football. So it'll take as long as need be. The clock has been stopped with just over 11 minutes remaining in the last quarter rather, of this grand final. Still waiting. A couple of Jurian players sitting off in support. The rest of them now in a huddle, while Cervantes are still going through a couple of warm-ups. Very cool conditions here at Moora. Not the spring weather we're probably expecting earlier in the week, but some late season rains certainly are welcomed. As I mentioned before, it was beautiful driving in today. Lots of canola out, nice and high as well, and the wheat crops looking very thick, so hopefully another bumper season for all the farmers in the region. So 16 points to the margin, 6-7, 43 to 4-3, 27. At Belmont today, plenty of great racing there. For those who are interested, Clint Johnston Porter has ridden an early double after race 3, and his brother in Zephan Johnston Porter won race 2, so a proper family day for the Johnston Porters. It's after CJP booted home a treble at the midweeks on Wednesday, as this player now has been taken off the ground, slowly making his way off as everyone around applauds. He'll be loaded up into the ambulance and taken away, and we can now get this game underway. How do they respond here, the Dogs? Does it shake them up? Does it galvanise them for Cervantes? Does it give them a chance to reset a little bit? Because it's fair to say Jurien have had the momentum in the last, probably for the first half of this quarter. About to get this game back underway with 11:47 remaining in the reserves grand final for 2023, 25 rather. $16 points currently the margin. It will be a free kick for Jurien. And the player to take the free kick is Willoughby. Now, Cousins is being loaded into the ambulance as we speak. I'll wait for him to be loaded away and taken before the game can commence. This has been a fair hold-up. And we're going to get back underway. We've got 11:47 remaining in the final term of the grand final. Umpire gives us the all clear. And we are underway again. It's a sizable break. Willoughby from outside 50 drives up long and deep. Cervantes with the numbers in the air, Jurien with the numbers on the ground. Locked up somewhere in that. Umpire calls for it. We've got a stoppage. 20 metres out from goal, directly in front for Jurien Bay. Toss back into play. Locked up again. Umpire circles, giving it every chance to come out. Doesn't. Locked up. Ball up. Cervantes kicked the next one. You could almost count them the winners, but with Jurien Bay peppering here, they're only a couple of goals away. Free kick called, and it's for Cervantes and another 50. It's now probably 9 for Cervantes in this grand final. Jurien themselves have had a couple. He's been marched outside the defensive 50. Isn't the greatest of kicks off the half volley. Murray handed it wide and Lord slams it to half forward. Went over the head of Boluda. Had to go back in and win it himself. Madeley. His kick was ricocheted. Ripped off the footy. Could have almost been paid a free kick for holding the man. Play on, said the umpire. Floating through was Reed. He couldn't take it cleanly. Knocked free. Savas goes in. Wrapped up by a couple and taken high. Bang on, 10 minutes remain. 3 goals is the marginal, 16 points. 3 goals will win it for Jurien. They haven't kicked more than a couple of goals unanswered all day. Michael Lanito opens up the corridor. And they're inside 50 to the one-on-one. Well defended. Scoots over the back. He'll stop and prop here. More burden. Goes for goal. Slams it into the woodwork. Misses the lot. As the rain begins to come in from behind us. The breeze is blowing directly from the broadcast side to the other side. Marat holds it, goes down the line. Thompson. It's been good so far off half back for them. We'll put this one to centre wing and take as much meterage as he can. Smith was the target. Was knocked away. Whistle on play. Free kick for Jurien Bay at centre wing. Going wide. Warburton. Goes short. Knocked away. Over and out. Time ticks away. Inside 10 minutes remain. Cervantes would be happy for this clock to continue to tick by. He's on their side. Still too early, though, for them to go into full conservative mode. One more, and you would think they win it from here. Close to the boundary. Eventually, it's taken out. Eight minutes to go. Coming up after this, it's the main event between Dan Darrigan and Cervantes. Sure to be a cracking game. Make sure you stick around for all the coverage here on Filming Footy. Live from Moora. I hope you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon and staying warm and dry wherever you are around Australia or WA. Handed away, ball in there somewhere. Wrapped up and not going anywhere. So again, these stoppages on the side of Cervantes, they'd be more than happy to continue to lock this up. Smith slaps it toward the boundary line, wanting the line, doesn't find it. Putting his head over the ball is Palmer, and he was wrapped up. Another stoppage. 7.5 minutes remaining. As I've said, time on the side of the Tiger Sharks. They'd love to get a stoppage, though, on centre wing rather than in their defensive 50 where it is now. Free kick. Picked out for a high tackle. For Jurien Bay. Can't see exactly who it is, but he'll just flower bag it inside 50, and there's a scrubby old ball. It's picked off in the defensive half by Murray, who goes to the outer side to the contest. Ball pinballs around and then rolls over and out. In the story of this game so far, it's been a highly contested, high stoppage game right throughout today. Hurled back into play. Smith reaches over the top of Hurl, knocks it forward. Happy to just soccer it off the deck and gain the meterage. And slapping it over Warburton. And he's called insufficient intent, so an even better result for Cervantes. Numbers are plenty down the line for both sides. Wanted the line, found it. Gained another 20 to 25 metres. Almost 5 minutes to go. Time is running out here for Jurien Bay. The Lee Matthews theory starting to become a factor. Held back in. Hurl punches it toward the line. That's not where he needs to be hitting it. They need to start winning some ball themselves here, Jurien, and winning a clearance or two. Smith is doing well to just halve the contest. Cervantes have set up well on the defensive side of the stoppage. There's been another whistle on play. It's off the ball. It's going to Hurl. And another 50-metre penalty. That umpire's played about 15 today. 10 of them have gone to Cervantes, now the 5th to Jurien Bay. Hurl's been marched right to the 50-metre line. It's been a long 50. Thought about playing on, opts against it. Looks inside, drives it toward the teeth of goal, scoots over the back. Numbers are with the Sharks. Slap forward toward the line it heads by Luda. Lead the race with Heyman. Content to see it over the boundary line. Inside 5 minutes remaining. Jurien need a goal here. Time is not on their side. It's in a good spot, though, if you're a Bulldog supporter. Toss back into play. Ripped out of the ruck by Hill. He handed it further. Falls back. Park. Paid the mark. It barely went 5 metres. But Park will get the free kick. 45-degree angle, 40 metres out from goal. On the approach, wasting no time at all. Time is not on his side. It will fade away. Missing to the near side, never really gave it a chance. 15 points now the margin. With around 4 minutes remaining. And at 15 points, things are starting to become very difficult for Jurien Bay if they weren't already. Og slams it wide. Picked off, though, by Sheen. Looks inside. Has Park delivering for him. It's a searing ball in. And the big fella on hands and knees takes the mark. Barely any angle to speak of. 35 metres out from goal when he gets onto this. Has to be quick and has to be accurate. Kick is on its way. It's way to the right. Never looked likely. Well, it's entering into territory where you would say it's almost impossible for Jurien Bay. They need 3 goals within the next 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And while Savannies continue to play conservative football, and as they should, kicking toward the boundary line, it gets more difficult by the second. Kick ricocheted. They might get 1 goal late to seal it here, Savannies. They've got plenty of run. They're hand away from Geikus through sets of hands. Free kick for a high tackle. Paid. And another 50-metre penalty. Well, that's a dagger in the heart of Jurien Bay, who, if they had any hope at all, has had it ripped away from them. Heyman with the free kick. 2 minutes remaining. This would be the icing on the cake for them. A 9-point margin to put it to a 15-point win almost. It's knocked through for a minor score. So there is still a glimmer, and it's the slightest glimmer of hope for Jurien Bay. They'll have to go end-to-end here and then get themselves another goal. Inside 2 minutes remaining, almost a minute and a half now. They're going to go straight up the Staples with a spiralling ball through the hands of Og. Opens the door, stripped of it. Evans had it ripped away. Wilson just needs to get it on boot and does so to half forward. Bouncing ball, Michael Lanito tried to get it moving for his side. Brian and Heyman. Brian goes in and turns the tackler. Timms was taken. There's been a whistle on play. Which way is it going? Well, no one really knows. It looks like it's going to Cervantes with Og. And a yellow card has been paid late. Not what Jurien Bay needed. It should be a 50-metre penalty for the yellow card. And eventually they realise it. So the siren will just about sound with 30 seconds remaining, and Og, who's been solid as a rock down back all day, has not let anything past him, will take the kick at the top of the goal square, dead in front of goal, to push it to a 15-point margin. They led it by 21 points at three-quarter time. They led it by 15 at quarter time and 13 at quarter time. And there's the siren. Cervantes run out winners. And there's been a free kick after the siren. It's going to be pushed out. From a 15-point win, and it will now be a 21-point victory. After 2 goals, almost after the siren. They run out winners. Reid with the final goal. They dominated all day. Reed kicks his fourth. Og got himself on the board late. They dominated right throughout. And they get the reward. Cervantes, the premiers for 2025 in the Central Midlands Coastal Reserves Grand Final. Coming up next, our attention turns to the big one. Dan Darrigan taking on Cervantes here from Mora. That's in about 20 minutes' time. Hope you can join us then. It was a dominant display by Cervantes, who were able to skip away to a handy 21-point lead. At one point, they led it by 28 points. From there, it was all Cervantes. They led it all day, never allowed Jurien Bay to settle. They run out handy victors in the end. We'll take a break. Be back with the main event right after this.
Congratulations. My name is Colin Burst. I've got the help of Norm McPherson, who's going to present the Les Cousins Medal at the Festa Field. And I've also got Andrews from Maluka here to help present the medallions. We will start with the Les Cousins Medal. If James Umpire can come up and announce it, please.
We thought he played well all day and then he's credit to June, the whole year decided to be. Yeah, it's good just to get the win today. Time full game, see you next season.
Thanks very much. Well thought out. Well done to Savannah's on the win. Commiserations to Jerry Bay. You guys had a fantastic season. Only dropping one game, I think, throughout the whole season. So we'll just grab the Jerry Bay coach up to say a few words, please. Thanks to the team at the CFL for following this grand final this year. Congratulations to the Savannah's Football Club. Definitely better than us on the day. My boys, our volunteers, supporters, our sponsors, thank you very much for jumping on board with us. It's been a pleasure coaching my lads this year, see the growth of the White Shorters and come back next year here and stronger. Thank you very much. Thanks, Rob. Next up, we'll just get Eddie to present the medallions with Mark, and we'll present the shield and the flag.
Before I start, I'd like to thank the Central Midlands Coastal Football League for putting on today. Jurien, unlucky, you were the team to beat all year, and the guys we had here, you know, they played strong all day. You kept on coming today. Got a bit worried in that last quarter, but boys rallied and kept one late, so you can only be one winner. That was us. Well done, boys. To our supporters, our sponsors, thank you the whole year. We'll start with medals number 2, Joshua Potter. Number 3, Adam Reed. Number 4, Clyde Medley. Number 5, Dylan Baluta. Number 6, Zach Heyman. Number 7, Charlie Bryan. Number 8, Thomas Allen. Number 10, Brett Milligan. 11, Corey Timms. Number 13, Chris Goss. Number 14, Aaron Wilson. 15, Budgie. 17, Bock. 19, Raccoon. 22, John Murray. 26, Luke Thompson. Number 31, Lucas Smith. 32, Tom Lyon. 33, Bruce Merritt. 35, Ben Timms. 37, Ashton. 40, Tyson Lord. 41, Brendan Hash. 50, Tyson Isles. 29, Selfie.
I can't tell. Let's go, Selfie.
Can't tell me.
And
Lovely
our
green
captain,
undies.
Rudy. And we have Tom Whitlock. Up, please.
Hey, Tommy.
And Kevin Hinson. Kevin Hinson, are you in the house? That's it. Thank you.
You need a flag. You need that flag.
One more time. Yes, boy! Going on the bus. City to the city. Back to the shark den, boy. Do you drink out of this?
Enjoy it. Enjoy it.
Saturday afternoon football, and where else would you want to be than Mora for the Central Midlands Coastal Football League Grand Final between Cervantes and Dan Darrigan. The two skippers in the middle at the moment, and it's Dan Darrigan who win the toss, and they will be kicking to the right, to the left of screen. That's Scotney who wins the toss for the Saints, and they will be kicking to the left in the opening term. There's a fair bit of breeze around. It's not really favouring anyone in particular, blowing directly across the ground from this broadcast wing to the scoreboard side, which is packed full of cars right around. Went in before to the netball, into the club rooms. They are packed. Lots of people watching the netball, which is fantastic. A big lineup for the canteen. So a great atmosphere around Mora at the moment. Cervantes, they enter as favourites into this game. They finished on top, undefeated, 12 wins from 12 games, 48 premiership points, while Dan Darrigan won 9 from their 12 with 36 points. They finished with a 9-3 record. Jurien Bay then a fair way off on 18. So these two sides separate themselves as the top couple. Cervantes, they've been a powerhouse in this competition, producing many a great footballer. They've won 23 league flags. Their last one in 2022 was also their last grand final appearance, looking to add to the tally of 23. They've won 18 flags at this ground, 18 from 19 at this particular venue in grand finals, while for Dan Darrigan, they won the grand final last year looking for back-to-back premierships. They did it over Jurien Bay this time last year at Lancelin in what was an interesting game of football in similar conditions to this. Windy, bit of rain around, but they were able to get the job done, the Saints, and we've got largely the same side as last year, the Saints. Scotney again leading them. Gooch, very handy footballer, along with others. And for Cervantes, they've got A-graders right across the park. Gus Devitt will be leading that charge, the former Northampton League coach up in the Great Northern Football League. James Venturini, also from Geraldton, a great railways man, and coached by the great Murray Gardner. Anyway, we're about to get things underway here in the grand final for 2025. The Saints looking for back-to-back flags. Cervantes looking for their 24th and to continue their domination in this football league, the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. Great to have your company wherever you are around WA, Australia, the world. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon in what is the best time of year. Finals footy here on Filming Footy. Players getting into position. The Saints are ready. Cervantes making their way through and in. We await for the bounce of the ball. It will be Beer in the ruck for Cervantes. He'll be up against Parker for Dan Darrigan. All is in readiness. The rain has cleared. We had a little shower in between the Rezzies and the league. But the main event is here. The umpire holds the ball aloft. And we're underway in the 2025 Central Midlands Coastal Grand Final. It was won down by Beer, who then does the tackling. Dan Darrigan trying to win the clearance out of the ball. Lots of pressure in the middle. We'll get her at secondary ball up. Right in the middle of Mora. Ball not going anywhere. At the bottom of that pack was Harris. Thrown back into play. Parker, well, fresh aired it, went and won his own footy, slung around, play on, said the umpire. Winning it away was Williams. Slams it on the boot up to half forward, taking front position away. Smith couldn't hold on to it. Locked up. Umpire happy to relieve it away. Edging their way toward goal here, the Saints. Kicking to the left of screen. The ruckman tussle again, this time Parker. Slams it to half forward. Got a lot of meterage on it. Falls away. Harris was brought down from behind. Umpire right there. Said no prior opportunity. We'll get a ball up. Well done by Downland from behind. Laying the tackle. It's ripped out of the ruck. Flicked wide. Parker knocked it forward. One away though. Not going anywhere fast. Spills loose. Gooch was just out of his reach. Got it again. Gave it to Roberts. There's been a free kick. Going the way of the Saints. At half forward, paid against Devitt. They'll wheel immediately into the pocket. Good mark taken. A great option for Williams. Takes it just inside the 50. On a 45-degree angle, we are right behind this kick for Williams. A perfect view of this. We're going to ride this one all the way home. He starts it to the left, and that's where it stayed, trying to work its way back. It never gave it a chance. So the opening score is on the board for the 2025 Grand Final. It's the form of a behind for Dan Darrigan. Lots of numbers congregating to the broadcast side of the ground. So that's where they head. It sits nicely for Sturgo. It's inside, has options aplenty, looking to work the angles. The mark was taken by Callahan, and they're released through the middle of the ground here, the Tiger Sharks. Under pressure immediately. Venturini, bounce was kind. Was he taken high? No, he wasn't. Umpire saw straight through him. Lorison wins the free kick, just defensive side of centre for Dan Darrigan. Wheels immediately, goes to half forward from behind, pushing the back. Advantage paid. Wasting no time at all. A tumbling ball to half forward. It pitched wide. The inside 50 here, Cervantes. The pressure is on. Lambert was there. He couldn't hold on to it. The Saints defence under all sorts of pressure. And the pressure wins out. Free kick for Harris. Inside 50 for the first look of the day for the Sharks. When he gets onto this, he'll be just outside the paint of 50. Man on the mark stands 49 metres out from goal. Arcs around from just outside 50. It was always staying left. It may not even make the distance. It is eventually helped over the boundary line. Early stages, first term. How you'd expect a grand final to start. High pressure from both sides as they just work their way into this game. Parker and Beer to do battle. Toss back in. Knock to the front of the contest. Trying to shark it was King. He couldn't hold on to it. Spots the boundary line. Peters screws it around to the top of the goal square. One-on-one. Corner with the strength. On the goal line. Did they get boot to ball in Lambert? They didn't. Well done. Right on the last line of defence by Scottney. The bright blue boots stands in his defensive square and goes laterally to Lorison in the defensive pocket. He thumps it long. Parker couldn't hold on to it. Knocks it to the front. They're streaming through. Kenny has time and space if he takes it cleanly. Couldn't. Pressure comes from the side. Hands it inside. Kenny does well. Gets it forward. And there's been a high tackle. Excuse me. Little frog in the throat. Free kick for Dan Darrigan with Jackson up forward. The recipient. Again, right behind this. For the opening goal of the day. For the back-to-back, for the reigning champs, the kick looks good. It looks delightful. First blood to the Saints. Jackson gets them on the board. And they take an early one-goal lead. 1-1-7 plays Cervantes one behind. Early stages of the first term. A great start if you're a Saints fan. They were to bounce their way off half back. Jackson gets the free kick. Make sure that he puts it through. One plays one behind. Fast start to this grand final, as we expected. Two very good sides with plenty of A-graders throughout. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Locked up again. Hamilton set upon by a couple of Saints. We'll go again. Parker over the top. Knocked it down. Firing it out. Rank got it to Dowland, playing the quarterback, slams it wide. Brown will lead the foot race. He's got Thompson for company. Tried to use his body, did so okay. Williams is there for the Saints to track it towards the boundary line. And it goes over and out. Both sides still feeling their way into this game. Dandarigan have won the first couple of clearances. Thrown back into play on the outer side. Lots of numbers in attendance and lots of numbers in this contest. Trying to get through. Thompson couldn't. Eventually falls its way into the waiting arms of Alice, who tries to get free. Got the free kick. This is now Putland. He gets the kick inside the forward 50 for the Saints. Breeze is blowing from left to right. He'll need to start this close to the left-hand goalpost. He gives it a good rider, high up and under ball. In the end, too much air. It was always staying to the right. Second blemish on the scoreboard for Dandarigan. 1-8, plays one behind, into the pocket. Cowie has numbers running for him. Hamilton is one of those in the long sleeves, takes it, wants to release the run immediately. And they're out now. He needed a kind bounce, decided to use the body, then cracks it on the second effort. Gives away the free kick, and it's going to Roberts. He's got Ryan short. Elects not to go. Four option in row, who almost spent it before he had it. Gets it on the second grab. A dangerous ball inside. Didn't need to switch it. Now he opens the pressure up. 2-on-1. Ryan tries to go off the deck. Well done. They get themselves out of trouble, the Saints, and they had to. Dangerous looking ball forward. Finds its way to Gooch. Wow, they've used their get out of jail free card there. Ryan provides the option. We'll get it to him now after Davies. Handball's a little hot for him. Just dives on the footy. Spills its way forward. Great pressure from behind. Lambert under all sorts of pressure. Waits for the cavalry and Egan to arrive. Umpire waits, holding the ball. Dandarigan pressure high early. It's a hot footy from both sides. Couple of mistakes go unpunished. And now Ryan, off the back of some very good defensive pressure to centre wing, gets over the back. Three sets of hands. Harris stops and props. Gets the 1-2, teaming up with Callahan. Goes in the middle of the ground. The kick will carry to the outer side. Leading it is Peters. Has to wait. He's got a couple of options, and there's been a free kick. Play on, said the umpire. They take the advantage. A tumbling ball inside 50. Scotney, the skipper, bouncing off half-back. Delightful ball use into the middle of the ground. Loading up, Dowland to half-forward. 1-on-1. Great defensive mark by King. He's a little ginger as well. Thompson, in fact, gets the free kick and goes laterally. Both sides just waiting to settle into this game. Both defences have been under a lot of pressure early. It's almost picked off. It's out of bounds on the full, or out of bounds, in fact, it'll be a throw in. In attack for Dandarigan, who've had majority of the ball in their forward half. Been able to bounce off half-back a number of times and lock it in their forward 50. Quick snap out of the pack came from Williams. Floats it toward the goal line. Off hands. Play on, said the umpire. Lots of bodies around this. Spills loose. Jackson tries to get clear. Can't. Locked up. Right on the goal line here for Dandarigan. The Sharks' defence need to be on high alert. Beer just tries to slap it toward the boundary line to reset. Almost got there. Doesn't quite. Floats out of defence here for the Tiger Sharks. Kept in somehow. Can't quite see into that pocket. Rowe Handed it back and they get it through sets of hands. Scotney, we know how good he is with ball in hand. Just drives it long and deep. Great fly from behind. Mark is paid and taken. Floating in from the side was Davies. Takes the mark. Will go back on a 45-degree angle. 20 metres out from goal for the second on the board for the Saints. Again, we're going to ride this one all the way. Oh, he's put it away to the left. A bad miss there for Davies after a piece of brilliance in the air. A tight arm wrestle to begin. Just as you'd expect, two high-quality sides. Cervantes, the top of the ladder, undefeated throughout the season. Dandaragan finished 2 games behind them. Again, to the broadcast side, the Sharks want ahead. Beer will fly, the main target, knocked it to the front, tried to win his own footy. Dandaragan with numbers on the deck, umpire circles, calls play on. Bit of aerial ping-pong, falls to Kenny. He flicks it back. Rowe looks inside. Can't get it on the scoreboard though. Just the 1 goal 3 to show for it. Out of danger. Momentarily. Goes back to Dowland. We'll load them up off half back again. Goes into the pocket looking for Jackson. Runs out of tarmac. Ball to be thrown in. Just under 10 minutes remaining here in the first term. Tossed back into play. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Spoils to the back. Dowland put his head over the footy. Couldn't take it cleanly. Pinballs around again. They get it to the back. This is something they've been doing so well all today, is this quarterback position. Davies, we saw him take a great mark before. He couldn't hold on to it. Goes back in for the second attempt. Scraps his way through, but Cervantes is able to relieve the pressure to the outer side. A bouncing ball into space, leading at his wedge. Wanted the line, and he knew it was his friend, and he found it nicely. Ball just forward of centre wing here for Dandaragan. From the throw in. Brooks into the ruck. Tapped it clear. Tumble toward the boundary line. How does the umpire view this? Throw in. Takes to them kindly. To be thrown back into play on the outer side again. Wedge and Beer. Both had a piece of it. Cervantes win the clearance though. A high up and under ball forward. Knock to the front. One away. Watts puts it into space. Bouncing ball towards centre half forward. Scotney does well. Goes the fend off. Got the handball away in the nick of time. Put his teammate under pressure though. And Kenny, who was wrapped up, but he does well to hold on and force the stoppage. Centre half back for Dandaragan. They're pressing here now, the Tiger Sharks, after absorbing a few punches early. The clearing kick toward the broadcast wing. The foot race is on. Worrell will slide. Ryan rather will slide. Over the top comes Strurgo. He couldn't hold on to it. Doing well there, Worrell. Releases the handball away. Putland dribbles it to centre wing. Winning the race was Helms. Handballed it to his own advantage. That was clever. The kick, not so much. Puts it to space. It will pitch. Roll out. Does the umpire call it deliberate? No, he doesn't. A tight arm wrestle to begin this first term. Both teams having their opportunities. Dan Darrigan probably a little bit more than Cervantes, but their backline has been superb so far. Knocked to the front, circling it. Williams wrapped up, had it, and then lost it. One away, trying to knock it out of the air was King. Slapped down, wrapped up, not going anywhere anytime soon. Both teams making changes as we enter the last little part of this first quarter. It's been a whistle. And it will be a free kick for the Sharks. Down the line they head, just a tie rope in the boundary. The wind took hold of it and landed it in the lap of Rowe. He'll arc around onto the right, send it right up to the teeth of goal. There are plenty of numbers for both sides. Knocked away toward the boundary. Well done again. Great defence by Egan. Got 7 minutes remaining in the first term. A wild and woolly day here in Moora. The quick snap away from Davies. Bounces it towards goal. But it bounces right across the face and hand hits into the goalpost. We'll get a boundary throw in. Thrown back in. Holding the ball. Great defence again by Cervantes, just withholding the pressure that Dan Darrigan are throwing at them. I'd love to hit one back and get a bit of reward for their effort. Out wide. Venturini. It's got a good name. Goes down the line, hugging the boundary side. Rowe uses his body well, reads it best, takes the mark. Rowe plays on, dances around, the man on the mark in Sankey, sends it back to where it came, playing between the arcs at the moment. Good mark on the lead taken. As the rain begins to fall. This is Alice. Plays on along the boundary line. Goes up toward the teeth of goal. Surely a push in the back. Play on, said the umpire. Well, Davis had it then lost it. And now Cervantes can try and bounce their way away. But Dan Darrigan with the numbers. Handed back. Alice will throw it on the boot. Didn't get any of that. Out of bounds on the full. The rain continues to fall here in Moora, making things tricky. From the out of bounds on the full free kick. Again, down the broadcast wing. Trying to juggle it is Scotney. Had it knocked away. Tried to go back in. Harris is at the bottom of it. Wrapped up. Taken over. Throw in. Tough conditions here in Moora. Very typical winter's day. Gooch slams on the boot, dribbled forward. Going with the one paw, Jackson tried to knock it to his own advantage. Woods tried to handball it to himself. Going back to go forward. Davies flicks it over the top. There, almost if they want it, goes over and out and through for a minor score. Cervantes getting away with a little bit here due to inaccuracy for Dan Darrigan. 1-4. I have it as 1-4-10 to 1 behind. Screwing the ball inboard. Getting back. Watts holds on to the mark. Does well. Tracked it back. Looks toward the commentary box side. Spots a couple of options he likes. Corner was the target. Well done by Scotty to halve the contest. Roy got the crumbs. Slams it to half forward. Bounces off the chest of Williams. Has to go and get his own ball. Follows up with a second effort, but collected Woods high. Woods and half back. Has Huntley alone. Finds him. Happy to play a little bit of possession football. Sankey provides the option down the line. That's where he heads. He's got a couple to beat. That's one of the most obvious free kicks. They'll be paid all day. Parker just rips him away. Hugging the boundary line, almost hugging it too much. It swings back enough though. Corner, flew from 3 deep. Warren collected, shrugged a couple of tackles, goes with the check side off the side of the boot. Devitt will come in, put his body on the line, went the hip and shoulder instead of the ball, tried to protect himself. Handed away. Lorison releases Scott near row again with the shake and bake down the line. Goes to a 2-on-1 in favour of the Saints, and now the numbers arrive. Alice shrugs a couple, lost it, gave it to Dowland. He's got a bit of time, ran into trouble. And again, the Tiger Sharks can relieve. Well, do they? It's going to come straight back as it goes out of bounds on the full. 3.5 minutes remaining. Gee, Dan Darrigan would love some reward for effort. It has lived in their forward half. They go short. It's a half forward. Mark taken by Dowland. Jackson kicked a goal at about the 5-minute mark of this first term to get us on the board. Since then, it has been nothing but an arm wrestle. Jackson, Dowland rather, sets his side on goal, and he was always missing to the left. In fact, he misses the lot. Numbers are with the Saints. Williams knocked it to the front, gave it to Dowland. He handed it to Gooch. Goes for goal. Surely not from there. You are kidding me. Gooch with one of the goals of the year. Finally gets the Saints back on the board. And they skip away to a pretty handy 2-goal lead. 14 points is the margin late in the first term. The Saints, in pursuit of back-to-back premierships, have started well. A fantastic finish from Gooch. Used the breeze to his advantage. And a great way to get the Saints back on the board, and they're going to win another clearance. One out of there by Worrell. Floats it towards half forward. Gets over the back of the initial contest. Partland had his sights set on goal, spent it before he had it. Davies went in to provide support and then ran into a wall of black and gold jumpers. Inside attack again for Dan Darrigan. Ripped out of the ruck. Putland goes for goal from the middle. Oh, they're rolling all right. 3 straight goals for Dan Darrigan. Putland with the finish. And the Tiger Sharks have some concerns heading into quarter time. After they couldn't score for the best part of 20 minutes, they've scored 2 in a minute. And we're out to a 20-point lead. Nearing on quarter time. In these conditions, a 20-point advantage could be huge. Still 2 minutes remaining as well. There's time for another couple. A cracking start to this contest. 2025 Central Midlands Coastal Grand Final. Live from Mora. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. It's great to have your company for your Saturday afternoon. Locked up in the middle. Harris. We'll go again. Bit of a fresh of it. Turned the tackler. Wanted Sankey. Couldn't find its way to him. Now it does to Hamilton. Has the speed. Does he have the pickup? Well, eventually he does. Had to flick it wide. Able to get their way to half forward with a scrubby old ball. Running through. Almost collecting it. Numbers with the Saints again. It's just hacked out of midair, knocked toward the boundary line, trapping at King. Looked up and he saw a lot of pressure coming for him. Managed to get boot to ball just. Slammed out of there by Sankey to half forward. Coming through, beelining the ball was Parker. He went back to go forward, playing the quarterback downland. He gave it to Gooch, who kicked a great goal just before. Devitt slaps it back. Going back to go forward. Harvey, they reload with Sankey. Up to half forward. Connor will fly from behind, but he can't get there. Great mark by Lorison, taking front position. He can switch it laterally and they're out with Rowe. He takes one bounce down the outer side. Thought about another, instead puts boot to ball and puts it as far and wide as he can. They're up to half forward. Getting back, Sturgio did well. Got a bit of pressure though. Their handball was loose. Had to go and win his own ball back. Slapped it forward. They're under all sorts of pressure now, the Tiger Sharks. They're deep inside attack, the Saints. Again, standing up well though. Great hit came from behind. Goot did well. Dispossessed. Whistle on play. And it's a free kick for Cervantes. They get away again. King with the free kick goes wide. Hamilton takes the mark, or does he? No, he doesn't. Spilt it. Got it back again. Davies laid the tackle. And he won't be going anywhere. Rain starts to fall again at a 19-point margin in favour of the Saints, the reigning champs. Went out of bounds. Again. Will be tossed in and the siren will sound to end the first quarter in what was fantastic opening 20 minutes. At quarter time, it's Dan Darrigan, 3-3-21. The reigning champs leading Cervantes 0-2-2. Cervantes in pursuit of their 24th flag. They went through the regular season undefeated. They find themselves down by 19 points at quarter time. Can they turn around in the second quarter? We'll find out right after this. Welcome back to Mora, Saturday afternoon football. It's grand final day here in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. And in the big one, it is Dan Darrigan, 3-3-21 to Cervantes, 2 behinds, a 19-point buffer at the moment. In fact, we've had a change in the scoreboard. I'm pretty sure it is 2 behinds, though, for Cervantes, but we'll double check all that. We'll follow what the scoreboard says. So it's in fact 3-4-22 to 1 behind for Cervantes. So for those playing along at home, it is a 21-point game in favour of the Saints, who took almost full advantage of the breeze. They would have lost another couple of goals in that first term. What can Cervantes do with the breeze in this quarter? We're underway again. 1 out. Great clearance, won by Huntley. He had time and space to put it to wide. And on the lead, mark taken by Venturini. Wheels around immediately onto his right. Puts it to full forward. Going back with the flight, taking the mark is the co-skipper and Scotney. He puts it in the pocket. They're able to move this defence a little bit, although the kick exiting was poor and it's picked off by Harvey. Harvey to drive them back into attack. It's long and it's strong, and the mark is taken almost by corner. Surely you pay it. Well, the umpire who was 5 metres from the contest said play on. The umpire who was 50 metres away called the mark. What was going on in the fair dinkum department? Corner has been paid the mark, as he should have. Dead in front of goal, 20 metres out. You'd think he'd be able to put this through and get Cervantes on the board early in the second quarter. They were against the breeze to begin. They found themselves down by 21 points at quarter time. They've had to wait over a quarter for their first goal, but they have it now. The big key forward in quarter puts them up. And the first blood of the second quarter goes the way of the Sharks. Cervantes starting to, that one getting on top in the middle, and from there they're away. Look for Huntley again, setting up on this broadcast side of the stoppage. Harris playing the sweeper role. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Sankey's been thrown into the middle to start this second quarter for Cervantes. We'll get another stoppage. Attacking side of centre for Cervantes. Wrapped up is Williams. Not going anywhere. Dan Darrigan wouldn't mind this, just to wrestle a little bit of momentum back their way and, more importantly, halt that of Cervantes. It's 1 out of the clearance, this time by Gooch. Slams it forward. Bouncing ball, got past the one-on-one, and now it's out the back. One-on-one's ahead of the footy. Locked in a tight battle. Putland did well. Well done, though, by the defence of Cervantes. Handed away. Harris goes wide. And it's just slammed out by Callaghan, who gets it down the line. And Sankey takes the mark. Looks further afield. There's not a whole lot on offer. So he'll wobble it to centre wing. On the lead, the mark is taken. Difficult to see out to that outer side. Going down further afield. Here's Venturini starting to come into this second quarter. Goes on his right, wasting no time at all. Deep into the forward pocket. Knocked away. And on the second grab, Lawrison went from spoiler to almost the mark of the umpire called play on. Peters took the crumb, wrapped up, ball up. Beer to do the ruck work. Knocked it behind. Ball somewhere in amongst that. Eventually it comes out, slammed away by Davies. Up toward half back, but it's coming back with a little bit of interest here for Cervantes. Taking full advantage of the wind. The fly came from Lawrison. He couldn't hold on to the mark. They're able to work their way out of defence and out of a little bit of trouble here, the Saints. To centre wing. Rava is set a task. Coming from behind, Sturgio. Did well. Knocked to the back. Just toe poked forward. Trying to get as much territory as possible here, the Saints. Sliding in. Cowie did well. He handed it back, losing his footing. Harvey goes back in support. Worrell tried hard at the bottom of it. Play on, said the umpire. Ball comes out the side door. Rather goes in the tackler with Gooch. Locked up. Ball somehow comes out again. Watts releases the handball, got the arms free. Dowland led the race. Lots of red, white and black jumpers around this. Likewise from the other end, black and gold. And it's wrapped up. We'll have a ball up. This game just lifting a couple of notches. To begin the second quarter, a very tight affair. Thrown back into play. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Off the deck, Kenny tumbles it forward. Handed away. Out of midair. Stredgio goes toward the line. How does the umpire view this? Insufficient attempt. Calls it deliberate out of bounds. And it goes out of bounds. It will be a boundary throw in. Left half forward for the Saints, kicking to the right of screen in this second quarter, getting to the front. Brooks palmed it down, wasn't to his side's advantage though. One away, Beer was left behind, fell its way to Warren. Goes on to the preferred right, looking for corner. Kicked the first a couple of moments ago. Gets over the back, landed like a cat. Dribbles along the face of goal, on the goal line. Lambert makes it a sure thing. Cervantes hit back with the first two of the second. And fight their way back into the contest. Great team play off half back. They slingshotted it forward. And all of a sudden, we're into a 9-point ball game. 22 plays 13 midway through the second quarter. After Dan Darrigan kicked the first three, all in the first quarter, Cervantes have got themselves two to begin the second. Going with the breeze in the second quarter. So it just swings slightly to favour that side. Still very much blowing across the ground. We have another stoppage. As we go again. Brooks, both ruckmen, had a piece of that one. Knocked forward, trying to win its way out. Worrell tried to part the seas, ran into trouble, realised he had to go back. Gave it to Kenny. He puts it on his boot, but they just look all at sea at the moment. As Smith picks it off, he goes out wide. Harris takes it, runs with it. They're away again. Devitt goes inside 50. Well, the kick was a pretty poor one. Wanted Warren, didn't get to him. Ended up okay, though, as Rose spilt the mark. Over and out. Good spot to be in for the Tiger Sharks. Thrown back into play. Trying to get his way through. Thrown back up. Knocked back. Gooch, read it best, slams it forward. Just a tumbling ball. The one-on-one was halved. At the front, Worrell again. Rips it away. Goes up looking for Helms. Boundary line beats them all. On that outer side. Forward of centre here for Dan Darrigan, who would love to at least just halve this quarter and keep a handy lead heading into the main break. Cervantes, if you feel if they take the lead into half-time, then the game would almost be theirs and it would be tough to come back for Dan Darrigan. Tumble towards half-forward. Venturini handed it back inside. The sets of hands are working. They've got this running game going now. Losing his footing. He handed it back to Venturini. Handball's a little too hot for him. Numbers to this members' side. Renke is one of them. He doubles it inside the corridor. It was a dangerous ball. Kenny made sure he wore one for his troubles. Took the mark. Rolls on to the outer side, wanting to open up this Tigers defence. But Sankey on the deck, read it best and slammed it to half forward. Beer took front position, was pushed out of it. Gets the free kick. Will drive them back into attack. Beer, inside 50, looking for corner out the back, slides through. but couldn't get there quick enough. Time ticks away. Here in the second term, toss back in. Some bodies around this again, both sides well represented. Roberts wanted the boundary line. And he found it, but the umpire was all over him. Still inside the forward 50 for the Sharks. Take a pretty special kick from here. So he puts it toward the top of the goal square. Bodies will fly over the back. Knocked away. Well done, Morrison. Cervantes with repeat inside 50. Stoppages and entries to just put a bit of pressure on this Saints defence. Knocked wide. Harris will gather. Have a shot at goal and miss. Not a bad result, though, to get the stoppage. And keep it locked in the forward 50. Held back into play as the two ruckmen resume their battle. Both of them happy to knock it to the feet and go again. Been a great game of football so far. To weave their way out of pressure. Kenny goes long into the corridor, bouncing ball. Can they get it over the back? There's no one home. It's just an open 50 ahead. Has to turn around and wait for the cavalry to arrive. Pops it out the front. Rava will lead the race, get onto the right and miss. Had more time than he realised. And just rushed himself a little bit. But gets down Darrigan, their first score of the second quarter. Out to a 10-point game. Running his full allotment, Cowie. Goes to the outer side. It's a 2-on-1. Knocked clear. Inside, Warren. They're away, get off half back. This is getting dangerous. Sturgio tries to dabble it forward. Huntley was there and then lost it. Knocked it forward. They're spinning their way out of trouble and trying to get through with sets of hands. Over the top, Roy tried to evade the tackle of Watts and couldn't, but luckily he was caught high. Roy, a shocking kick forward. It was a scrubby ball and it's going to come back with a bit of interest here for Cervantes. Inside 50. Mark taken. To the teeth of goal it heads. Beer is the target. Has a couple of beat. Falls over the back. Lambert strolls into an open goal and gets his second. Textbook small forwards goal. We're into a 4-point margin. The closest it's been all day. 3-5-23, plays 3-1-19. A great grand final so far. 15 minutes in to the second quarter. And it is a 4-point ball game. Cervantes with the last 3 goals. End-to-end scoring at the moment. My swings and momentum. Cervantes take a couple of goal lead at halftime. It would be very difficult to come back from. Harris wins the clearance, goes to half forward. Laurelson did well, read it best. Looks toward the outer side. Happy to see it over that way. Not a lot of movement forward of the footy in terms of leads. Gooch presents. Boundary line beats him. Get thrown back in. Hurled back into play. At the front, Watts trying to slap it in his side's direction. Out the back. Trying to scramble the ball towards half forward. Davies handed it back and now they're away again. One-on-one's ahead. Kick wasn't fantastic, just works its way towards Bacolo, who bounces beautifully and kicks it up to Beer. And they're out again. Here's Cervantes. Here's Lambert. He's already got 3. Could this be his 3rd out the back? Oi, had an open goal in front. The brakes were pumped on him, though, right on the last time defence. Great rundown tackle from behind. Relieved to Gooch. And now it's Dan Darrigan's turn to attack. Going wide. Williams takes the mark. Uncontested. Massages it down the line. Knocked toward the boundary. Content to see it over. Winding almost into time on. 17 minutes gone. In the second quarter here for the Central Midlands Coastal Grand Final. Just a hack kick out of there. Venturini led the race, got past that one-on-one. Sankey was worried out of by Rowe. He hands it back looking for Lorison, who likewise was out of his reach. And it's over the boundary. Tossed back in. One away here for Cervantes. Venturini couldn't quite get onto it. In fact, that was Peters. Wrapped up again. We'll get another stoppage. Just inching their way closer to goal here, Cervantes. Devitt tried to get out of there, was slung around. Play on, said the umpire, gave it to Hamilton. He, in turn, gave it to Huntley, who has a flying shot at goal and misses to the near side, but cuts it to a 3-point margin. Three points is all that separates these two sides. Cervantes with the last 3 goals of the match. Lambert with the last 2. They're looking very dangerous up forward, Cervantes. Gee, the Saints would love a goal here. They're a fair way from home, though. They need to win this clearance and got a bit of clean ball going. Doesn't look like it will eventuate that way. Peters, won it away, puts it inside 50. Great mark getting back, Scottney. Takes yet another intercept mark. He's got nowhere to go. So he drives the ball long to the outer side. 2-on-1, the numbers were with the Saints. It's halved over and out. As we enter time on in the second quarter here in Mora. Tumbled out of the scramble. Leading it, Sankey. Knocked it wide, trying to paddle his way towards goal. It's fallen to Lambert for his 3rd. The kick was smothered. Well done. The original shot at goal came from Peters. Just 3 points now, separating these two sides. Run out of there by Kenny. Drives it long to the front. Numbers with the Sharks. Through sets of hands. Wanting to share around and try and shift this defence. Scottney locked in the one-on-one with Corner. Corner did the defending and did it well. Got the crumb and then the shot at goal over and out of bounds on the full.
This will go. 6:53, yeah, we're right.
Nowhere to go.
You're talking here. I think it's a boundary.
It was-
No, they're right.
It was called out of bounds on the full off the boot. And so it will be a Dandaragan free kick. They've got nowhere to go except a large nest of players for both sides over on the outer side where this ball has really been exclusively going from there and back inside 50. Corner the target, has a couple to beat, coming in late, Rose slapped it away. And now they can bounce Dandaragan, or can they? Pressure comes from behind. If they can get it out, they've got numbers forward of the ball and running in waves. They'll be brought back as much as Gooch wants to go. The umpire will bring him back behind the mark. Free kick for Wedge. Hands it off to the runner through sets of hands. Gooch goes the 1-2 with Roberts. Drives it toward full forward. Off hands. Knocked to the front. Can they get something against the grain? It's knocked toward the boundary. Surely deliberate it is. He had nothing else in mind other than the boundary. And the umpire saw through that. Free kick for Davies. Switches it laterally. Lorison. Just outside the paint of 50. Still a kick away from home. It's a searing ball forward. Off hands. Knocked forward. Jackson scraps it out the side. Toward the line. Over and out. Right forward pocket for Dandaragan. Their first meaningful look inside the forward 50. This quarter, and their first bit of repeat play. It's going to be coming back with interest. Standing tall in the tackle. Huntley got the handball free. Venturini with the fresh airy. Just tumbles it toward Sturgu. Get his name right eventually. Knocked toward the centre wing. One away by Rowe. Goes inside 50 on the lead. Mark taken by Rava. Just inside 50. Wheels on to the right from just outside. Pops it up. Knocks to the front. Kick was smothered. Play on, said the umpire. Ball still alive. Davies handed it out. Well, was it handball in hope, really? They've set up the wall well, though. Underneath it, Renke. Was he paid the mark? He was, as the rain starts to fall. We're into time on. 4 minutes or so remain. Renke shifts it wide to Ryan. As the rain gets a little bit heavier, how they'd love a goal against the grain here. Ryan to the teeth of goal, up to the top of the goal square. Knocked to the front. The Crummers, though, are with Cervantes, and they can bounce away to centre wing. Slipping over. Corner. Got his handball free. Sankey shrugged the tackle, gave it back to corner. Got the right bounce. He releases Peters. It was a little wide for him. Had to track back, and Renke was glad to jump all over here. It spills toward the boundary line. Kept in somehow. Falls back. Renke wrapped up. Stoppage.
Nike.
Thrown back up, trying to get it out of there. Parker, play on, said the umpire. Ripped away. Dowland goes down the line. How does it sit? Well, it skids. And it skids over the line. Callahan happy to see it over. Beer up against Parker. Beer the decisive winner. Gooch tried to win the clearance. Knocked it to Parker. He couldn't hold on to it. Slipped over at a critical stage. Falls away. Harvey goes inside. Sturgo goes to the teeth of goal. Floating back. Venturini gets the crumb. Slams it on the boot. And it's knocked over by Lambert. This last half of the quarter has been nothing but an arm wrestle. Neither side has been able to get the upper hand. It was Cervantes through the early part of this quarter. Since then, it's been a seesawing game. Gooch grabs it out of the ruck. An interesting man to have doing the ruck work on the last line and follows his own work up and plays the goalkeeper role to get it over and out. And the scoreboard has stopped and I've half lost count. I reckon it's at about a 2-point margin. It's in fact 1 point in favour of the Saints. Short to Rowe. Takes it just outside the corridor. This option's starting to present to the broadcast wing. Decides that's not the right way to go. So instead goes to the 2-on-2. Knocked to the front. Ball stays in miraculously. Weaving his way out of trouble. Worrell goes down the line. Great mark for Putland in the wet. Took it overhead. Wheels immediately to the 1-on-1. Does it get out the back for Jackson? Was he held? The umpire thought about it. He's now paid a very late free kick to Cervantes. Bacolo gets the free kick. Goes down the wing to where it came. The fly came from behind. Managed to get a paw to it. Play on, said the umpire. Ripped away up towards right half forward. Scotney slid. Couldn't hold on to it. Opens corners up. He hands it back. A little bit of a slippery ball. Scotney does the tackle work. Taken high. And the rain continues to fall. They go back inside 50. Can they sneak one late? Devity's there. Overran the ball. Spills away. Rather tried. Couldn't take a clean possession. Slapped forward. Plenty of numbers for both sides. The Dandaragan defence working overtime in the last couple of minutes. They're not out of jail just yet. Dowland will apply the pressure. Did just enough. Goes on the goal line. It's there. Cervantes hit the front. Corner. Gets his second. And there's their fourth of the quarter. 28 plays 23. Right on the halftime siren. That's now 4 goals this quarter for Cervantes. Taking full advantage of the breeze. Corner's got 2. Lambert has a couple. For Dandaragan, Jackson, Gooch and Putland. All with their 3 majors. Nearing on half-time, about a minute to go. Can either side land one more blow heading into half-time? Beer won the hit out. It's extracted by Hamilton. Goes back into the congestion with Harvey. He flicked it wide. They're over and out again here. King goes inside 50. Floating back. Parker takes the mark. Just needs to absorb a little bit of the clock. So they roll the dice for one last major. Or are they content to head in 5 points behind Dandaragan? We'll find out. They play conservatively down the line. Locked up. Ball up. 30 seconds remaining. Centre wing. Neutral territory. All it takes is a quick kick from either side. And they're inside to the forward 50. Through the congestion. Flicked it forward. Dandaragan are out here. There's 1-on-1s ahead of the ball. It's tumbling toward half forward. One away though. Well done. Peters and Harris takes it over. 6 seconds remain. The siren about to sound for half time. Dandaragan really the only logical scorers from here. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Locked up. Sounds for half time. And after trailing by 21 points at quarter time, it is Cervantes who take full use of the breeze advantage to head into half time, leading it by 5 points. 28 plays 23. Cervantes looking for their 24th flag in this competition. Take a nice 5-point advantage heading into the main break. It's a tight affair. It's a tussle. It's an arm wrestle. It's everything you want in a grand final. It's going to be a cracking final hour coming up right after this. Yes, Saturday afternoon, and we're here at Moora for the Central Midlands Coastal Football League Grand Final. And at half-time, it is Cervantes 4-4-28, playing Darrigan 3-5-23. Cervantes lead it by 5 points at the main break as we are getting set for the second half. It's been a story of two quarters, really. In the first, Darrigan, they kicked 3 goals to nothing. It was 3-4 to 1 behind at quarter time. And then Cervantes piled on 4 goals in that second quarter, courtesy of Corner and Lambert, who both kicked 2 apiece. The breeze has now dropped off, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out the rest of the afternoon. Darrigan probably won't get any real advantage in this quarter, kicking to the left of screen like they had in the first. The rain is just steadily falling here in Moora, but the ground is holding up well. And we are all set to go. The second half underway at Cervantes, leading it by 5 points, and it's one out of the middle. Harvey had then lost it and left it behind, had to dive back on the footy. Lots of bodies around this. The non-controlling umpire spotted something he doesn't like, and it's a free kick for Cervantes in the middle. It's very dark and gloomy here in Moora. Lots of cloud cover as the rain continues to tumble. To half forward, Devitt will work over the back, got off the hands of Venturini. Just slipped over at another critical stage. Managed to get the handball away, though. Through sets of hands, spinning his way out of trouble. Lorison got it clear and then invited a little bit of pressure as he ran back into the congestion. Locked up, not going anywhere. Inside the forward 50 for Cervantes. If they get the first couple in this quarter, it would be hard to see a way back for Darrigan. Gooch tumbles it up. Centre wing, it was knocked back. Brooks tried to put his head over it. Did so pretty well. Davies flicked it inside. Now they're out through the corridor. Rowe hands it further afield, looking to get a bit of speed on the ball. Was met solidly. Harvey, a great hit. Opens the game back up for Cervantes. Leading out and knocked away from Lambert. He'll go back in and lay a bit of pressure. Zipping around. Rowe has a couple to beat. Couldn't beat him. Lambert and Venturini jumping onto him. And the free kick will come back to Lambert. Been very impressive since quarter time. Devitt does the tackling against Lorison. Wrapped up. Great stoppage, though, for the Sharks. Thrown back up. Both ruckmen went to ground. Devitt with the fresh air. He was met by a couple. And he's been given the free kick for a hold. Roberts giving away the free kick. Devitt, the recipient, been very quiet today. Had sort of a so-so game. And he would love to get himself a goal and put himself on the board and give his side an 11-point advantage early in this third term. This would be for 5 straight goals for the Tiger Sharks. Devitt, straight off the side of the boot. Lucky to register a point. Through for a minor score to begin the third term. The rain gets a little heavier. Very difficult conditions now for Darrigan to move this ball with any real pace off their half-back line. Scotney will run the full 15 and try and pierce it wide. It was a great kick to Rowe. Rowe did well to get in just in time. He had King coming from the side. The rain starts to get a little heavier. Rowe wants to bite off a kick inside. It was a poor option. Harvey chops it off. Hands it to Harris. His kick was smothered. Spills away. Sergio from outside 50. His kick was likewise smothered. Lots of pressure on this ball. Hand it back. Harris tried to get his way through. Couldn't. Putland throws it on the boot. Tumbled towards half forward. Spills to the front of the contest. Handed back. Brooks, can he dance through a couple? He can. Puts himself for goal. Rather with a job to do. Happy to see it over the line.
Up to 33 was
And
a while.
it will be tossed back into play over the back. The initial contest. Hamilton handed it wide. Goes back in, up against the boundary. Brown has a flying shot at goal, and it was more a kick in hope than a genuine attempt. As a result, goes out of bounds on the full. 1 goal the difference. The breeze starting to pick up a little bit now. The windsock getting a little bit more life into it. Down the outer side, this ball travels. Mark taken in the contest by Venturini. Wants to. One kick in it. Cervantes pushing though. Out of midair. Corner. Has a flying shot. Bounces and tumbles toward goal, but it lands the wrong side and it goes over and out. In the left forward pocket for Cervantes. Whistle on play. It'll be a den. Darian, in fact, it's going to be a throw in again. They'll have another crack. Difficult conditions for everyone out there, including boundary umpires. It's thrown back in. Brooks slapped it wide, but it was to no one's real advantage. Devitt was the beneficiary, tumbles it toward goal. Lambert went back with the flight. Courage personified. Kenny wanted nothing but the boundary, and that's how the umpire saw it. You got to disguise it better than that. Corner with the free kick. He's looking inboard. No one is presenting, so he's going to have to go himself. Going with the banana from the pocket in the driving rain to put it to a 2-goal margin. Hits it skinny. It was always going to be difficult from there. It is pouring here at Mora. Scotney with the kick in. Dandarian players want it to this member's side of the ground and say he obliges and goes there. Egan couldn't trap it, nor could Brooks. It's now just coming in, turning into a bit of rugby. Spilt away. Bacolo, searing ball inside 50, skids past the contest. Corner, knocked it wide. Was Sankey taken without it? Play on, said the umpire. Corner, throws it on the boot, comes off the side. Devitt against the boundary, pushed over and kicks it out of bounds. In fact, he's gone out of bounds first, so it'll be a throw in. Temperatures dropped about 3 degrees since this rain's come in. It is not fun. Thank goodness we're undercover. 7 points the margin in favour of Cervantes. Winter has just hung around for another couple of days longer off the deck. It's kicked toward goal by Sankey rather. It's 3 for a minor score. Out to an 8-point margin. Scotney this time elects to not repeat the same dose and goes to the outer side instead. Gooch Leads and finds his chest. He switches it inboard. Overcooked the kick slightly. Set a task for Parker. Had to then go off the deck. Sturgio, been good so far. Trapped it on the second bite of the cherry. Fed it back. We'll wheel around and snap her behind. Dan Darrigan lucky that Cervantes haven't been able to make the most of their opportunities. 4-8 now. Plays 3-5. Just a 9-point margin. Yet to have a major in this third term. Scottney seeing plenty of action down there. Goes short to Rowe. Rowe looks to the outer side. Thumps it long to a 2-on-1. Flying from behind. Off hands. Down the line it heads to the 1-on-1. Off the deck goes Watts. Tumbles it to the down the wing. Warren collects. Was brought down from the side. Great pressure. Spills around. And Dan Darrigan are able to get themselves out of trouble. Lorison goes wide to Parker. Parker goes short to Wedge. Hasn't seen a whole lot of action today. Goes with the left. Down the line. Sets a task for Dowland. Was he taken without it? He was. Wheels around. Onto the right from 50. Does it hold its line? It fades late. And it's through for a minor score. Dan Darrigan get their first of the third term. In reply, what does Cervantes have? They've had majority of the ball. The outer side trying to work their way through. It's into space. Able to trap it. Rowe keeps the ball moving. Goes short. And then the longer option now. It's a half forward. Off hands. It's a funny old game at the moment. Lorison, left all alone, says thank you very much. Takes it a true centre-half forward position. Can't believe his luck. Spots the option inside 50. And he found it with Gooch. Kicked a goal for himself late in the first term, looking for his second, and to break a run of 4 goals for Cervantes, he hangs it away to the near side. Off hand, still the ball stays alive. Not out of trouble just yet. Worrell snaps, goals it! Gets the first major of the third term, and the Saints hit back. They absorb the punches, and they get one against the grain. Gets it back to 3 points. Their first goal since Putland put them 20 points up late in the first quarter. 4-8, 32, now plays 4-9, 29. Ball back in the middle of Mora. We've got a game on our hands, that's for sure, entering the middle part of the third term. Beer won it down, tried to win his own footy, couldn't. Huntley was there to provide support. It spills out. Hamilton has been good today through the middle. Spirals it to half forward. How does it sit? Well, it fooled most of them. Knocked forward. Keeping the ball moving though. Sturgio. Venturini, slung around. Play on, said the umpire. They're full of life now, the Saints. Slammed out of there, trying to get it away from the immediate danger. Callahan with the shoulder strapped. Keeps it toward the boundary line. Getting it to the safety of Peters. Has time to survey the options. Goes inside. Great kick to Sankey. Can they end a bit of momentum that Dan Darrigan had been building? Sankey drives the ball up toward corner. Scoots over the back. Hits the post. 3 for minor score. Pushes it out to a 4-point game. Inside 10 minutes remaining. Rowe receives it from Scotney. We've been given these first couple of kicks to the schoolboy in wedge. Goes with a nice left football to Roberts. Right half back. Goes down to centre wing. The target there was Brooks. Went through his hands. Locked up. Managed to extract it away. Wrapped up. Not going anywhere. Knocked down. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Parting the seas was Huntley. Gave it back to Egan. Was a little too hot for him. Then ran into a Gooch tackle. And it's called holding the ball. Gooch trying to will his side forward. Free kick given to Williams. He goes down the line. Not wanting to be too inventive. Spills over the back. Rava has the run. Hands it to Helms. Got past him. Worrell, a wobbly ball to full forward. Mark taken. Davies on the lead, takes the mark and can put them back in front for the first time since corner put Cervantes ahead late in the second quarter. For back-to-back goals, Davies dead in front, hasn't kicked one today, had a couple of opportunities, and there's another one that goes begging. (4-9) plays 4-6 in favour of Cervantes. They have a fantastic record in grand finals at this ground. They've won 18 from 19 grand finals here in Moora. Been powerhouses for such a long time. Down the wing. Not out of trouble just yet. Sankey puts it into the corridor. Bouncing ball, fooled them all. Wanting to give the option. There's plenty there. Ryan slams it on the boot, wanting to will his side forward. Gains some valuable territory. Ryan, the recipient, stripped them. Great tackle from behind. Brooks gathers, tumbles it into the pocket. And getting back, dropping the mark. And a pretty important one was Callahan. Invites a bit of pressure now from the Saints. Getting right around his raver. Had his kick smothered. Has time now. Williams to survey. Dribbles it along the ground. Davies provided the option in the front. Handed it instead to Worrell. He was stripped of it. Ball still alive. And well done by Cervantes to get it away. Sankey will take the territory and get it out of the immediate danger. Straight off the head of corner. Who pushes it over the line. 6.5 minutes remain. Third term. A cracking grand final. 3 points the margin. Cervantes have gone through the year undefeated. Fall short of the initial ruck contest. Rain teeming down. Dowland wins the clearance. Puts them back inside 50. Off hands. Davies tried hard. Flicks it over the back. Through sets of hands. They're still alive here, the Saints. Worrell lurking. He gets it off the deck. Across the face. Misses the lot. Through. Across the line. Boundary throw in. Had a bit of correspondence from my uncle, who reckons he was an absolute legend of Moora. Came here in ag school. Shout out to you, Nath. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Toss back into play. Worrell tries to part the seas. Handed it instead to Jackson, who kicks the goal. And the Saints are back in front. An extraordinary turn in momentum. They're out by 9 points. Oh, hang on, are they? Well, no, it's a goal. After much conference, I'm very glad they did because I had it written down in the book. But they're up by 3 points, the Saints. What a grand final we are witnessing. As good as the grand final I witnessed last week, I was out at the Eastern Districts last Sunday where Corrigan won it by a point against Southern Cross. Are we set for another finish like that? Let's hope so. Dandaragan with the 2 goals in this quarter after Cervantes dominated the opening stages. They've kicked 5 behind Cervantes compared to Dandaragan's 2-1. Off the deck they go again. They're wheeling the ball forward here, the Saints. Out into space. The foot race is on. The Water Boys are in the way. Get out of there. Trying to paddle it in front. Egan stood tall. Got the handball free. Over the top. Running into a bit of trouble. Smith rode the bump and then handed it away. Jackson with the high up and under ball. Knocked away from Brooks. Has to go back and win the crumb. Slammed into the corridor. Wedge put his body on the line. Had Warren in front of him. And now he's got a couple to beat. Waits for the cavalry to arrive. Off the deck. Well done by Warren. Wants Devitt. He couldn't quite get onto it. Sankey wheeling the ball forward. Devitt forward. Corner. Wrapped up by Scottney. Not going anywhere. Got the handball away though. But it was all Dandaragan around the contest. Scottney now under a bit of pressure. Does he go off the deck? He tries paddling. Loses his footing. Stripped of it. Well, great response though by the skipper. Able to lock it in. Surely we get a ball up and a chance to catch our breath. Not quite. Venturini handed it back. Trying to get it away. Parker wheeling the ball forward. Corner. Had it and then lost it and then he'll get the free kick. Advantage paid. Almost. Hudley stripped of it. Wedge did well. Stands up. Relieves it away. Great work by the young man. Reinke. Against the boundary. Barely keeps it in. Dowland takes the mark. Barely inside him. There's a better lip from Harvey to the bench of Dandaragan. This game is it all. Cervantes starting to feel a bit of the pressure and heat that Dandaragan are putting them under. To the contest. Out the back. Off the deck. Corner takes the mark. Straight onto his chest. One-on-one's ahead of the ball. Kick was smothered. Well done, Scottney. Well done by Corner. Slipped. How does he see this? Kicking in danger. Gooch has just lifted in this third term. What a great grand final we're witnessing. Short. Dowland. Inside the final few minutes. He'll roll around and play on. A driving ball up to half forward. Great mark from behind Jackson. Wheels immediately. Puts it into the hot spot. Bouncing ball. Worrell spun around a couple of times. Got the handball away. Reinke across the face of goal. Misses the lot. Got no purchase on it at all. 3 minutes remain. Third quarter, a 3-point margin. And with the breeze just dropping and no advantage to either team, you feel this game is just evenly poised. I guess I know that's stating the obvious, but when we saw the change in momentum swings across quarters in the first half, this quarter's been a lot more even through the contest. Cervantes had their chances early, didn't take them. Dandaragan now, in the last half of the quarter, have taken them. Cervantes have kicked 5 behinds in this quarter. Dandaragan have kicked 2-1. Less scoring opportunities, but they've taken them. Dowland, a tumbling ball to half forward. Pitches and gets over the back. Brown scraps his way through. Lots of bodies around this. Watts goes the hip and shoulder, protected the drop zone. Umpire spotted a free kick. Going to Callaghan. Late in the third term. Down the line he heads to a nest of players. Dan Darrigan had the numbers in the air, but on the ground it was Warren who won it. Just a scrubby ball along the boundary line. Lambert, we know how dangerous he is with ball in hand, doesn't get the chance as he runs out of room. 2 minutes remain. Still enough time for both sides to get one last blow in before the final change, before we turn for home. Beer won the clearance, won the hit out, but Dan Darrigan win the clearance. Callaghan did well to halve the contest, slides in, gets pushed in the back. Went to ground at the right time. Goes down the boundary line. Free kick paid to Huntley after he was taken high in the contest. 3 points the margin. This game on a knife's edge. Huntley down the line, 2-on-2. Ryan won it away. But Cervantes with Peters outside of the boot. Lambert put his head over the footy. Umpire calls play on. Some wanted a high free kick. It was probably there. Not paid. Over and out. Neutral territory. And we're bang on a minute to go. Third term, neutral territory. An evenly poised grand final, exactly what you want. It's scrambled away by Harris. Dan Darrigan have set up the defence well. Down the line, a bouncing ball. Brown sees it over the line. 3 points in it. Cervantes wasteful early in this quarter. Could have blown this game right out. Instead, they find themselves behind. Harris locked up. Umpire circles, takes pity on him and calls for the stoppage. Thrown back into play. Dan Darrigan from here, really the only ones that could probably score. Although I've been wrong before. Kenny goes to half forward. It wasn't the greatest of looks. Cervantes can bounce off half back and they have the numbers through the middle if they can get there. They won't. Was he taken high? Doing the tackling. Peters gets the free kick. As the siren sounds for three-quarter time, we've got one of the all-time great grand finals. It's the reigning premiers in Dan Darrigan. 5-6-36, leading the competition powerhouses Cervantes. 4-9-33. A 3-point margin as we turn for home. Do not go anywhere. We've got a cracking last half an hour or so coming up right after this break. What a great grand final we've got here in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. It is a 4-point margin in favour of the reigning premiers, the Saints. They lead it 5-7-37 to 4-9-33 for Cervantes. Cervantes were wasteful in that quarter. They just had the 5 behinds compared to 2 goals, 2 for Dan Darrigan. There's no real breeze to speak of heading into this final term, although as we speak, the windsock gets a little bit of life to it, but it's mainly just blowing directly across the ground. It's a 4-point margin. Will it be back-to-back premierships for Dan Darrigan or a 24th grand final victory for Cervantes? We'll find out very shortly. Gooch tried to get the ball moving forward. It was Cervantes, though, who won it away. Harris went hard forward. Standing up tall, Roberts did well to halve the contest and put it back into the congestion. Gooch on hands and knees, tried hard, left it behind, wrapped up. We'll get a ball up. True centre-half forward position for Cervantes. Kicking to the left of screen in this quarter. A fresh airy from Sankey, and then it's won away by Dan Darrigan into the middle of Mora. Knocked away by Woods. Slapped it forward. Again, stand tall, the Cervantes half-backman. A high ball, flying from behind. Warren left it behind. It was an extraordinary display of athleticism, just couldn't complete the job. And now Dan Darrigan can relieve it away. It's a 3-on-1. Plenty to beat here for Jackson. Just has to halve the contest. Does well. Held without it. Does even better. Gets a free kick. Has one-on-ones and a very open forward line ahead. Wants to go to Worrell. Gets a bit of turf toe. Straight off the deck. And it rolls limply over the boundary line. What a fantastic 20 minutes we're going to have. Tossed back into play. Trying to go out of there. Harvey from the traffic. Gave it to Sankey. He tried to beat a couple. Ran into a bit of trouble. Get another stoppage. Right half forward for Dan Darrigan. Edging their way closer to goal. Knocked back toward the boundary line. We're in a bit of a stalemate at the moment. Peters, surely deliberate. No, umpire doesn't see it that way. Gooch wants to push the issue. I've never seen an umpire change their mind, though, after a player argues their case, and that fact is continued. Thrown back into the play. Ripped out of there, Dan Darrigan winning the clearance to half forward. Harris under a bit of pressure. Got his hands free toward the line. Got a couple to beat and plenty of work to do. Woods did well, but it fell to Dowland. He goes into the pocket. Mark is spilt by Roberts, and it's over and out. "30 metres around from the Dan Darrigan goal. 4 points to the good of the Saints. That's one out almost by Putland. Tried to go off the deck, Dowland. Didn't get any purchase on the kick. Goes back in. Hands up wide. Brown off the deck. Couldn't. Last line of defence. Hamilton slams it out there. Peters left it behind. Coming through. Gooch got the handball out the back door to Helms. Heard the voice of Ryan. He goes back in turn to Parker. He tumbles it toward full forward. Almost the mark completed. Play on, said the umpire. Well done. They bounce out of defence again, but they're not out of trouble yet. Peters with a task to do, and he does it well on the second bite. At right half back, goes down the line, gets over the head of the initial contest. Venturini left it behind. Lorison has to track back, over and out. First goal in this final quarter is vital. For the Saints, it would put them up by 11 points, or 10 points rather. For Cervantes, it would put them up back in the lead. Tossed back into play. Both ruckmen tussle. Both had a piece of it in the end. Roberts couldn't take it cleanly. Has to be content to stop it. The clock continues to roll. Thrown back into play. Sankey had a piece of it. Doing the tackling, Hamilton. Dandaragan in pursuit of back-to-back premierships. Cervantes went through undefeated in season 2025. Can they clear the final hurdle? Or did Dandy go back-to-back? Throw in falls short and again makes its way to the boundary. Locked in a little bit of a stalemate now. Ball hasn't moved from this spot in the last couple of minutes. 5-7 plays 4-9. Thrown back into play. Knocked forward. That time by Putland, and it goes out of bounds on the full. We'll be coming back for Cervantes in the guise of Callahan. Right in front of the Dandaragan bench.
Not yet.
It's coming back for Peters. Goes with the left, down the line. A big pack of players from the side. Venturini flew. Almost got the second bite. Brought down by Gooch. Inside the first 5 minutes, both sides still just feeling their way through this final term. Putland got the ball moving forward. It's knocked toward the boundary. Over and out again. Ball has stayed on this side of the ground in this spot for much of the opening 7 or so minutes in this last term. And again, it will stay there. Thrown back up. Putland's palmed it down. Hamilton tried to go off the deck with no success. Thrown back up. Putland palmed it down. Happy to keep it in the contest. The Saints, it eventually works its way out. Putland goes along the boundary. Kept in magnificently. Well done by Davies. He's got Worrell leading for him. Goes there. Finds the chest. They've got space to the open side. Running forward. Alice is there. Carries the contest. Falls into the lap. Davies goes into the pocket. Options are plenty. The mark. He can take his full allotment of 30 seconds and put them 10 points up with 15 minutes remaining in the last on a 45-degree angle. Jackson already kicked 2 today, including the opener of the game. Keeps it low, slams it into the woodwork. Keeps the door wide open for Cervantes. Breeze starting to pick up and favour the left of screen again. 5 points the margin. Sturgio to the outer side he heads. Through the contest. Wedge. Overran it. Goes back in. Cracks in at the bottom of the contest. Happy to keep it moving. Gooch knocked it forward. They've set up well though. Egan slams it forward toward the boundary line. In fact, over the boundary line. It's out of bounds on the full. "14 minutes remain. Down the line. Knocked over. Clock will stop with Egan spoiling it over. 33, 5-8 to 4-9. How much will the wasted opportunities in the Third term early in the third, come back to bite Cervantes. At this stage, you'd say a lot. Locked up on the outer side. Mora brought to a standstill. Locked up again. Dandaragan happy to edge their way metre by metre toward goal. I know they're in the box seat at the moment. They're still a long way from home, though. In racing terms, they're probably sitting one out, one back with about 1,600 to go. Knockdown. Brooks. Wrapped up. They continue to just roll along in front here, Dandaragan. Cervantes doing all the chasing. They only find themselves 5 points behind, though, but they need a circuit breaker here. Dandaragan have been able to lock this ball up very well. Back into play. Both ruckmen couldn't get to it. Harvey slaps it forward, just volleyballing it out of there. Overrunning it. Warren tried to go back in. Spills its way out. Gooch slams it forward. Floating back, almost getting each other's way. Callahan did well, but not well enough. The door's still open here for the Saints to get one. Inside 50 to the top of the goal square. Warren will fly. Couldn't get past him. And Cervantes can relieve it to the broadcast wing. They have the numbers here, the Sharks. They need a kind bounce. They get it. Sitting for it. Hamilton flicks it inside. Peters with the 9-iron into the corridor. And they're out. Egan goes to half forward with an almighty roost. Great kick to Venturini. Did he play on? No. Holds his line at centre half forward. Just inside the forward 50. James Venturini, the veteran. A chance to put them ahead by a point and break the momentum that Dandaragan had built through the last part of the third quarter and the start of the last. We've gone 10 minutes without a score. Venturini, what does he have in him? He puts it toward goal. He gets it. The Sharks are in front by a point. Venturini hits back. Gets his first of the day. And puts them ahead. 5-9, 39 to 5-8, 38. An extraordinary swing in momentum with 11 minutes to go. A great roost from the veteran. Still got plenty in those legs. Ball is back in the middle, and now the challenge is at Dandaragan's feet. What do they have in them? Can they win the clearance out? Rather. Flicked it wide. To half forward it heads. Clears the initial 2-on-2 contest. Flicked wide. They're back inside 50. Putland. Exactly what you want in a grand final. Locked in the forward half of Dandaragan. Putland flicked it wide. Jackson ran into trouble. He handed it away. Heard the voice of Putland. He couldn't get boot to ball. Devitt could though. Slams it out wide. Now the race is on. Wedge with a job to do. Did well. Even better though by Lambert to bring him down. Going through. Warren kept the arms free to try and get the handball. He was dispossessed. Back inside 50 for the Saints. Onto the chest of Dowland. He plays on. Goes to Putland. Over the back. Worrell. Putland. Goal. Saints back in front. No. Now, it's 1 point only. We've got a draw. 39 apiece. Relieving it away, Cowie, wasting no time at all. Still plenty of time on the clock. 5'9", plays 5'9". What an extraordinary game of football. Down the line, Venturini used his body and did it effectively. Disguised it well. Warren tried. Pushes it over. Neutral territory. Centre wing, outer side. Exactly what you want in September as the sun makes a guest appearance. Held back into play. Knocked forward to the advantage of Cervantes. Warren releases the hands. They're back inside. Great mark getting back, Jackson. Going short, Rowe. He's got Williams laterally. It's too early to switch though. There's still plenty of time and it's all locked up. So he drives it down the outer side, tight ropes the boundary, rolls out, but he's gained them 25 metres or so and gets them to centre wing. Tossed back. Brooks. Won the hit out. Couldn't win the clearance. Umpire circles, lets it go. Good thing he did because Devitt got the handball free. Knocked clear. Hand over it. Reinke. Won it away. But all numbers. Peters is there. How does the umpire view this? He'll throw it in. Good result for Dan Darrigan. I get it to left half forward. 70 metres from goal. Any score will do for either side from here. It's been a low-scoring arm wrestle. We've had one major in this last term. Dan Darrigan have scored 2 points so far, while Cervantes have scored just the 6. In the meantime, it's back inside 50 for Dan Darrigan. Putland, read it best, puts it toward goal. There's no doubt about that. The Saints are up by a goal. And don't they get around him, and rightly so. They've come from everywhere. They're one straight kick up. Still plenty of time left though, 8:23 on the clock. Saints by 6. Falls back in the middle. Cervantes now need a couple of goals to get themselves back in front. Scrap toward the broadcast wing, out of the scramble. One away. Dowland throws on his boot. Gooch is there, puts his body on the line. Spills. Davies handed it back. Straight to Devitt. Screws around his corner. Clever kick to Huntley. Has to go. Did he play on? Did he move off the mark? Umpire said no to both the options above. Tumbled towards centre half forward. Clears the congestion. Wrapped up. Roberts would be happy to concede the tackle. Take the stalemate. It's been a holding free kick. Brooks's kick and the ruck infringement. Brooks elects to come to the near side. Over the back, going with the double fist. Thompson probably should have marked it. At the front, handed away. Ryan has time to make up for his mistake. He goes back to Dowland. He puts it down the line. Great defence by Callaghan to get it over and out. Jackson appealing for the free kick. None forthcoming. Callaghan did really well there. Would have been a certain goal. Forward. Out of the scramble. King tumbles it to centre wing. Roberts couldn't hold on to it. Goes back in to halve the contest. toward the boundary. Hamilton locks it up, keeps it in. Importantly, the clock keeps rolling for the Saints. Still plenty of now they do. Dowland from the front of the contest. He wants Worrell. He was taken out of it. Play on, said the umpire. Had a hold of each other. Spills to the back. Tracking at Watts. Slapped it. Worrell gathered. Ran into trouble. Holding the ball. Free kick to Cervantes. Deep in defence. Away to the outer side. Straight in the waiting arms of the skipper in Scotney. Still enough time for Cervantes to win this, but they need to get a wriggle on and one fast. Into the pocket. Worrell left it behind. Davies went in. It's one out again, though, by Cervantes. It'll be coming back with interest. Scotney straight off the scon of Hamilton. Trying to work his way through. Hamilton holding the ball. Scotney holds on to it. Gets the free kick, will propel them back into attack. One more goal would just about win it. Out in front, the mark paid. No, not to Davies. Play on, said the umpire. He'll get a second crack, though, as Rowe picks it off. Inside the final 5 minutes of the season. And what a great way to finish. A goal the difference. Rowe pummels it back inside. Worrell will sit. Surely a push in the back. Didn't get hands to it. Umpire didn't see it that way. Play on. Trying to go off the deck. Locked away. Ball somewhere in amongst that congestion. Wrapped up. 4.5 to go. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Devitt taken over the line. Good result for Dan Darrigan and Cervantes alike. Time not on the Sharks' side. He'll need 2 scores from here to win it without Dan Darrigan scoring. Out of the scramble. Clears their initial contest. Sitting back, Parker played the quarterback role. Slams it around. Scotney, we know how good he is by foot. Just needs to find an option. Spots the short one. Taking the front position was Williams. Knocked it to the front. Wrapped away. Heard the voice of Ryan. He slams it back inside. Worrell off the chest. Spills loose. Davies. There's your premiership. The Saints are going to march to back-to-back flags. And they get around him. Davies may have just delivered another premiership to Dan Darrigan. A great roving ball. Worrell had the sit, did everything but take the mark. And now they're up by 2 goals. Makes it very difficult from here for Cervantes. The Lee Matthews theory would state that the game is still alive, but that is very quickly slipping away. 3:38 remain. They need 3 goals. It would take something extraordinary from here. We've kicked 4 of the last 5, Dan Darrigan. Off the hands. Williams read it best. To half forward, Gooch! Couldn't hold on to it. Surely you play it from there. Watts took the crumb. Handed it away. Do they have one last attack in them? Sankey goes short. Peters has to go. He does just that. Onto the left. Floats it to the hot spot. Over the back. Lots of bodies around this for both sides. Slap toward the boundary line. Corner. Tried to keep it alive. Did so. Across the face of goal. Hits the post. 3 minutes remaining. Gee, they would have loved a point there, Cervantes, to then be able to lock it in. Would have put it to a 2-goal opportunity. At the moment, it is 2 straight kicks to draw it for Cervantes. They've got it at the right end. Ripped out of the ruck. Sankey couldn't get boot to ball. Spills loose. Out of trouble. Rowe tumbles it away. The foot race is on. They get the distance zone, the territory they were after. Slap back. Peters. Brother Hamilton has his kick smothered over and out. 2:44 remain. 2 goals rather the margin. Cervantes have not lost a game all year. They've been powerhouses through this competition. There's a high free kick going the way of Cervantes. They have just one last roll of the dice left in them, you feel. Harvey from outside 50. Pummels it to the top of the goal square. Off hands. Sankey will rove it. Will almost goal it. It's a point. Keeps them alive though. 2 straight kicks and they're in front with 2:15 remaining. 11 points the margin. What an extraordinary win it would be if they could pull it off. Scottney, happy to take as much territory as possible. To the front. Knocked away and extracted by Gooch. Goes down the line, surely deliberate. There's been a free kick off the ball to Gooch after he's tackled post his kick. Now time slips away from Dan Darrigan, or rather Cervantes. For Dan Darrigan, they can chew as much time as they like. One last goal would put the icing on the cake. Worrell slides in, doesn't take the mark, not paid. Play on, said the umpire. Tried to flick it inside. Cervantes going along. Venturini the target. Has a couple to beat. Gooch does well to halve it. Put it over. Minute and a half left. 11 points the lead. 5-10 plays 7-9. Hurled back into play. Beer over the back. Venturini at the bottom. Locked up. They came in as the underdog, Dan Darrigan. Despite being the reigning premier, they finished 2 games behind Cervantes. Tumbled inside 50 for Cervantes. Is there one last goal in them? And maybe another twist in the tail. Peters flew, knocked it to the front. Wrapped up inside the final minute. It would take something very, very special from here. It's at the right end of the ground, though, for Cervantes. They can't get out of the congestion. Venturini goes out the back door. Watts couldn't. And they're going to do it now, Dan Darrigan, you would think. A tumbled ball out to Worrell. Just has to halve it. Get it over if he has to. Or keep it alive. He keeps it alive. Puts it inside. Keeping it alive also King. Will tightrope the boundary. Put it to right half forward. Big contest. Knocked over the line. Clock will stop. 23 seconds remain. Dan Darrigan came in as the underdogs. Cervantes hadn't lost a game all year. They've been powerhouses. They've won 18 grand finals at this ground out of 19 attempts. They've won 23 grand finals overall. Venturini for one last roll of the dice. Can't get it toward the goal face. Over and out. Despite being the reigning premier, they came in as the underdog. But the Saints are going to march their way to another flag in similar fashion to last year. Reward for effort for a small country town. The farming community of Dan Darrigan will be rocking tonight. An extraordinary effort to go back-to-back premiers. For Cervantes, they fall short at the final hurdle. From the contest, the Science Dandaragan have marched on to back-to-back premierships. A great game of football. A great way to end the year. The Saints have done it against the odds to win it by 11 points. 7-9-51 to 5-10-40. Wow, how to describe this game? It had it all. At quarter time, it was Dandaragan by 21 points. And then Cervantes hit back in the second to lead it by 5 points at half-time. It was Dandaragan by 3 points at three-quarter time. Venturini, halfway through the last term, put Cervantes up by a point. It was a draw at 1 point. And then the 11-point win goes the way of the Saints. Back-to-back premiers. And for a town of Dandaragan's size coming up against the better fancied and bigger Cervantes, a core local group, they've been able to do it. A great victory for Dandaragan. They'll be celebrating along tonight. Back-to-back premiers in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. We hope you enjoyed the coverage and enjoyed the day. It was Dandaragan, back-to-back premiers. The Saints march to another grand final victory, 7-9-51, handing Cervantes their first loss in season 2025, 5-10-40. A great day here in Moora. We hope you enjoyed the coverage. Enjoy the rest of the night and go the mighty Gold Coast Suns. Hope you fellas got the whole game. I think we did. Beauty. Enjoy the replay. Yeah. Well done again.
No worries, mate. See you next year. Oh. I'm doing bus.
did 10 and this and 6 at first.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Now, I haven't actually checked that, but I did email them and say you cannot.
Like, it's good that they've implemented a system of boundaries.
Oh yeah.
I told you that for last year. We're doing the same medal for 30 years and come for 1 year.
So round one of the AFL chicken hustling in Prague. Honestly, a bounce there, mate. Round one.
I didn't fall much my last month. I was fucking close. Mighty close. The shoes are pretty long. Yeah, they're shots. I mean, it's saying, it's pretty He's been around. Yeah. Oh, is that the one here where he said, shut up, you shit? Who else? Same as you last week. Oh, true.
Oh, was that the one that he went across the line as he sort of kicked it? No.
You had a close line down there. Yeah, cut. Well, I'd like to go. Come back.
And that's why I said something to him. But I was dead.
I haven't been able to find places down.
Yeah, someone.
That was like that one where I was like, which was that fucking ball?
That's why I came in and said, I took deviation by eyes. It was a difficult one.
Yes.
No, Adelaide.
I'm not behind.
Yeah.
But I wasn't. I was probably a 51% 49.
Which, to be fair, I think it's a good matchup. Now Lockie Neal's out and Brisbane
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I reckon I've just dried out.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Three or one?
Yeah.
31. We know his name?
That's handy.
And they're bad.
Frederick Davis.
Into that 5 play.
Did you not have a team?
Yeah. His impact on the game is pretty good. How many would you do in a dog? I know it's short. Is it time off? Oh, we have some there. Yeah, if there's a set of something.
Oh, come on, let's go.
Hope your camera's waterproof.
Not really, no.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm normally heading out quite early.
Camera goes up, that is.
They changed the rules. They've changed a little bit, but not too much. Nothing until like it's really big.
I've actually taken back on it. Like I left to listen more.
He's always good when they win it.
You'll get a bloke. You'll get a bloke or turn it.
I know what he said.
Yeah.
talking about. Yeah. Are we taking broadcast?
We vote, we call them in and get this over and done with before I get any more wet.
I don't know how.
Hello. 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 Testing. That's the thing.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Bendigo Bank Central Midlands Coastal Football League presentations. My name's Campbell Hurst. I've got Roger Tonkin assisting to present the Roger Tonkin Medal to the best on field, and we've also got Mark Andrews from Iluka, who Iluka's been our finals sponsor for 3 years now, so he'll help present the medallions. What a fantastic game of footy, eh? It was a real nail-biter right to the end. Dandaragan came through with the goods today. Condolences to Savannis on a fantastic season. They were undefeated right up until today, so congratulations to both sides. The Roger Tonkin medal for the best on ground voted by the umpires goes to number 31 from Dandaragan, Tom Brooks.
Cheers to Savannis for an awesome year and a great game. Cheers to the boys. I mean, what a feeling that is. Back-to-back's just unreal. Thanks for all the supporters. You know, there's so many people here in Dandy colours. We just love to see it. And cheers to everyone else involved. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Congratulations on a fantastic game. Thanks for Roger for presenting the medal. We'll get Savannis coach up to say a few words.
Firstly, well done to Dandy. Every contest this year has been pretty tight, and you won the most important one. Congratulations to Brad and the boys. Your outfit today was great, and your output was fantastic as well. So well done, congratulations on the win, boys. To my boys, stellar season. Unfortunately, just couldn't get the job done today. That's football. Make it hurt, and we'll come back next year and get it done. Thanks to all the supporters from both teams and more of coming out today in the league and the umpires. Thanks to everybody, and thanks again. See you next year.
Thanks very much. We'll get Brad up from Dandaragan to say a few words, and we'll start presenting the medallions.
Yeah, firstly, thanks to Vannies, obviously the benchmark all year. Very, very good game today. But yeah, well done to our boys. Thanks to the association, everyone behind the scenes that makes these days happen for what was a great season. So yeah, a little bit speechless at the moment, but yeah, thanks everyone, it's awesome. Alright, we'll start calling everyone up. Where do we start? The big putters. Well done, mate. Jacko, well done, mate. Dowser, well done. Willow. Rowie. Bobby, get up here, mate. Archie, unreal game today, mate. Parks, the big fella. Crazy man, Angus, get up here, mate. Mud, well done, mate. Plonk, get up here, mate. Jed, well done. Skip. Joshy, well done, mate. Awesome season. Django. Rava. Scoot, get up here, mate. High fly, Todd Kenny, get up here. Big Brooksy. Grandad Helmsy, get up here. Liz. Last but not least, before he gets to a wedding today, Gucci. And me. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, we'll get the dandy captain and coach up to grab these premiership cups.
That's why you fight it.